Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations, probably for the final time, because we are going to power through this secret 6th case, aka Episode 5, Part 2. Last time, we ended up accidentally doing what was essentially an entire case. I knew that these last cases were gonna be long, but boy, I wasn't expecting it to be like 2 cases in one. Although I guess now that I think about it, Investigations 1 was kind of like that too. But we're back on the lot. It's time to actually solve the murder that we actually came here for. And not solve like some completely unrelated murder. Not even murder, just like getting rid of fucking whatever his name is. Excelsius? What kind of name is that anyways? I don't know where that name would be from. Getting rid of him. Getting him off the scene. Finally, I think we finally locked him up. I'm hoping we did. It's time to actually solve the reason we came here in the first place, and we're called down here. I don't even know what we're doing back here. I can't remember what the plan was here.
Could you maybe calm down a little?
Calm down? No way, Jose. Not till y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew.
Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to...
You copes sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Tyrannosaurus run wild.
Oh yeah, these two actually still believe that Tyrannosaurus is real and not just like a movie character. I don't know why. They're stupid, and then there's these two.
Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she'd done seen Gordy with their own dang eyes. Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here.
Oh, good. The cavalry's here.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
And Sean.
Y'all on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh?
No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Long C says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really.
Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene.
These people are important witnesses. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts.
Oh good, a recap. A recap's just what we need after everything we went through and how it's been a week.
President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly, so he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building.
I guess we did also solve a kidnapping last time, although it was kind of a weird kidnapping, where the kidnapper was new, or the kidnappee was aware of who their kidnapper was. I don't know. That was like such a weird thing that he did to his son. I still don't really know what the full plan of that was. Apparently it was an accident, is what we're led to believe.
Why did the two of you arrange to meet?
I'm sorry, but I can't say.
You know, I think I have some theories as to what their meeting was about, and I think the reason she doesn't want to say is because it's really embarrassing. And definitely not criminal. Like, no, actually not criminal at all. I think it's just, she's just really embarrassed about asking for that private meeting.
Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder?
Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you.
She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain that time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down, Sean Fenn?
Me?
We know you were here on the set last night.
You were, Sean?
We have testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it.
You came back to run your lines, right? What? You're spying on me? I'm sorry, I just making sure you're okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you I don't need you to worry about me?
Wait, he just keeps milking his backpack.
Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Cavell.
It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law.
Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must...
I think we're going to be here for a while.
4 hours later.
I want you to remember that, alright?
Can we get on with the investigation now?
Oh, of course. Forgive me.
I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. And I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. Alright, Sean, perhaps you could tell us what happened last night.
Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. Had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine, nothing happened. Been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel.
You called him? About what time?
It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It was one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. So you lied to me?
How many times has the word lie been, like, uttered in this series? Because I feel like it's never directly addressed as, like, why are you lying? It's always like, oh, I just forgot. Oh, I meant this. Oh, it's actually like this. There's a contradiction here. Why is this contradicting this evidence? But it's never, like, the word lie.
Ooh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though.
Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. A child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case.
But he said nothing happened, right?
He did, although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth.
I mean, he did just lie. Like, we just called him out for lying. I think he lied about all of this.
A bad day? Could you elaborate a little?
I have to spell it out for you. It was just bad, okay? Huh. What do you think? Did you drink too much milk, maybe? How did you... I mean, no. Nothing like that.
How much is too much? Because you just chugged like half of that carton.
So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day.
Huh. I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Shut up.
We're done talking about that. Point is, I messed up those takes. So you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots?
Yeah.
I caught enough trouble for everybody messing things up the first time around. I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro. One can only admire his dedication. and his sense of responsibility to his co-workers.
Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like there actually was a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better is... shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff to people don't need to hear? Oh, sorry, Sean.
He could maybe work on his people skills a little more.
Anyway, as I was saying...
Sean, about what you just said.
How many times have I made you promise? If you're going to rehearse on your own, you have to tell me. I know...
Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again, about what you just said.
I think it's pretty cool though, Sean.
What? More interruptions?
It's all the hours of practice that make you the best you can be, little by little by little. I'm the same. I went from small-time thief to average thief, and before I knew it, greatness beckoned. But now that I finally made it, I'm not about to stop doing my best. And neither should you.
May I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted. Are you sure about that?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It was just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was...
Kate, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened, really.
Nothing to do with the case anyway. At least, that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night?
We do. And we also don't have time to be humoring the lies of a child. Let's use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the tape. I think the tape had something about this. Where's the tape? Shows Sean rehearsing by a monster footprint. Yeah, but would that be it? I mean, the footprints happened last night. Those weren't there, and then he's also gone the next moment. So, yeah.
Nothing happened? I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt.
Wait, that's... How did you...
That's right. Your rehearsal tape.
What? You have video footage from last night?
I've kind of forgot that Lang didn't know about this tape.
We do. And if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already. There is. And I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set.
Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason.
Liar. That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not going to work on me. Why did you hide the tape?
Sean, you have to tell us.
You...
Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it.
Is that why you just disappeared suddenly?
So you were embarrassed? Is that it?
Yeah? Oh, what's so weird about that?
That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence?
Sean, how could you? Okay, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just read my lines and went home, that's it. What? Nothing about that giant monster print struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint! On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this kid. I'm sure he's standing right here. Thanks, Skippy, there is. He's hiding a scoop under them there horns, and my name ain't Loda Hart. Shut up, both of you. Done talking.
No, you're not.
What?
The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening?
Was it the head falling? Because that's when he died, right? Do we know when he died? It was yesterday, right? Like, do we have, like, a hard evidence of that? I guess we don't, technically. Oh, unfortunate. No, I don't think it's gonna be that one. No, like, I mean, obviously he died last night. Concrete is broken, the earth exposed, but are there really footprints? This is what he's getting at, right? I know we just talked about the footprints, but maybe that's what he wants me to present. Oh no, the footprint was the thing. Okay, isn't the only strange thing about last night? Well, yeah, it's him dying, right? Has to be. What else would it be? Was this last night? Or was this 2 nights ago? I forget. 4-4? I don't remember. Yeah, the head falling was something else I was thinking about too. Does it actually say it happened last night? Okay, yeah, it did say it happened last night. For some reason, I didn't think it said specifically last night, so I didn't want to present it. Until I found something else.
The model of the Taurosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you, I ran my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Are you just saying you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? This conversation's over. He tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding? Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Lang? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There's something else on that tape? Yup. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh yeah, the Taurosaurus suit. Something's different. Do you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper? That's... Oh, yeah, I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper was wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why. Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Oh, well, we always close it up tight when a suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building last night, the night before last? And then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere. Here? But where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment. You could hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later. Last night, in other words. And take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Taurosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off of the roof just like I said. Then you hid his body inside that costume. I most certainly did not. Protest all you like. I'm not going to believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Cavell would have been able to get in here. What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it.
And who is this accomplice? Hey Jack, how's it going? What voice is that for Lang? I don't know. I can't remember what my thought process was for its, like, fucking however many weeks ago that was when he was introduced in the last game. That was like 4 months ago at this point. I'm just doing my best to keep it consistent by now. It's Snake voice? I mean, Snake would be pretty good. I don't know. He has like a high-pitched voice for the objection, so I didn't really think of that. I was like, when he was first introduced, I was going solely off of his name. That was it. Because that was the only evidence I had. And unfortunately, when that happens, you kind of have to stick with it by then. It's hard to, like, change it later. At least deliberately.
What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. They then work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this it's unthinkable. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to a word you say? But what about the motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with them, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you'll have to agree with that.
Yeah, it's not helping your case. Although it's kind of insane that your first theory is like mother and daughter kill president of foreign country. Or mother and son, I mean. Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details.
My apologies. But that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you... Have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weakness excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. All as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess. You're still going to try and stick up for them? It's true. Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder. Or even the suggestion of one.
Spliff, welcome. How's it going? Oh, did you see that Sonic Unleashed got fan-made native PC port? Yeah, the fucking decompile for Sonic Unleashed looks sick. So I do want to stream Sonic Unleashed at some point. I went out and finally found a copy of the 360 version specifically to stream. I don't know, I'm a little tempted to play the PC version though. I'd have to see if I could get it set up, would be the problem. I don't know when that would happen anyways, but now that that exists, that is a possibility. It does look pretty good. And there's even like already mods for it too, which is crazy.
No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two had to be working together for that little plot to succeed.
You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder?
Look at him. He's still in elementary school. There's no way that kid that young would be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right?
Oh, Jesus! Pity no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. It doesn't matter how young he is. If he's guilty, he's guilty. And he'll be treated as such.
Wow, wolf cubs have it hard, huh?
I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age?
Of course not. I'm saying that there's no way he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you.
I'll look forward to it. But be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up.
Oh, thanks, Spliff. Someone enjoys it. I don't know, there's been some criticisms over my Lang voice. Look, if there is ever, if you could show me some official footage of Lang voice lines, I'll take a look. I don't think you're gonna find them though. Yeah, you can like transfer the files from the 360, but I don't have the materials. Apparently you need like a 360 hard drive, like one of the external hard drives. And remember, those things were proprietary. And then like a cable to connect it to the PC and like a bunch of other shit. Now, if I was to like do the PC version, I would just get an ISO for the game. It would be much easier.
Goes away how exactly? I thought you might try this, but you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Pushes, okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code. Yep, kid opens code, knows lock, gotcha. No, Kay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. That would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Lang. Please continue. I will. And hopefully this next part will shut you up for good. Wow, why is everyone so aggressive today? Jeez.
Hold it!
But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day? Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So, like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain if there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not. But we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'd put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little, ripe though. It gets pretty sweaty in there. It's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gone pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? Yeah, but he was lying in the footprint when we found it, not when your supposed murder took place.
Hold it!
If the dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming it came directly from the body, correct? Huh. What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from? Really is pretty filthy in there, huh? Dirt got everywhere. Especially around the part where the chest would have been. The chest? I think that might be an important clue. History hangs together pretty well, I have to say. It's certainly the case that they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that. So what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more, and see if we can tease out anything of value. Okay. So this is a new one in. Inside the suit is covered with dirt. It must have been from when the body was hidden there. I mean, I guess. Like, it's the idea that it got covered in dirt after it landed. But there's a bunch of stuff on the body that could have been from the inside of the suit. Like that yellow flecks, they kind of look like the stuff that was in the suit. We didn't get the suit as evidence, hey? Okay. Inside the suit's covered in dirt, must be from the body was hidden there. But the, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that? Maybe that is what we need. Maybe the body isn't covered in dirt, it's covered in yellow, which isn't dirt. It's gotta be this one that we present. I'm tempted to present this. I feel like Lang's voice would be Dante's from DMC, but like a little bit deeper. I don't remember what his voice was like. Are you talking about like the reboot Dante or like normal? I barely remember reboot, and I've never played normal. Aside from like maybe 1 hour of the first game. But I don't know if his voice actor changed in the last 20 years. Normal Dante. Yeah, okay. I don't remember what his voice sounds like at all. He's from a foreign country, so that's kind of what I was going for.
I'm gonna present this.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go, okay. For the reasons I was wrong about. That's why this was correct, I bet.
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Fine. So, what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think. Where was it? Something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. I just can't think of where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits? She's right. There is something mixed in there. It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something else we looked at? An item of evidence, maybe? It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it?
Ooh, yes. I don't remember it being evidence. Was it this evidence? Might have been this. It was indeed that.
Take that!
I thought we were done with Excelsius. Apparently not. His final act, killing the president of Shangfa. As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right. The dirt does look similar. But, so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are... concrete? I don't know why it'd be plastic. Surely they're flecks of concrete. Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Exactly. And who did the gloves... And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Chairman Winner. We found him in his garage. That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanic's gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. Wait, so you're saying... Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winner. Classic UFO hoax, except it's a Godzilla hoax. Highly likely? If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could he possibly serve? Why indeed, I imagine he must have been... Well, he must have dug the footprints, right? It doesn't look like anything was being buried. What would he bury down there anyways? Why make them look like footprints? Why bury something underneath concrete if you don't have the ability to cover it up with more concrete? It's gotta be digging something up. He was making the footprints. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded something like this. There's something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side of the entrance and gained access from there. He then used a sledgehammer and shovel to dig 3 footprints. I have to go now, Spell. See you tomorrow. I'm free all day tomorrow. Oh, nice. Okay, well, thanks for coming by for a little bit. I'll see you tomorrow for some Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, most likely then. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. Yeah, why footprints indeed? Was he trying to, like, make it thematic to the movie or something, thinking that would cover his evidence? Like, would that cover up his digging? Oh, I'll just make them look like footprints. They'll never realize it was me. I'll just make giant footprints. Everyone will think it was just part of the movie. Even though this isn't like a set of the movie, this is a lot. This is a backlot of the movie. This is where they keep all their stuff. You're not filming in here, so why would it be here?
But then Sean must have shown up, right?
I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Taurosaurus suit provided just that.
So wait, he just hid in the suit the whole time while Sean came in and practiced his lines?
You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good, but it's all just speculation.
Oh, and your theory isn't. What makes your theory any more valid? We have evidence, you have jack shit.
We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
It would make it seem more like the movie set, but like, this isn't a movie set. The first thing we learned coming in here was that this wasn't where they were filming. Everyone knew it wasn't. The crew knows it's not because it's their movie. Who was he trying to fool? The 3 people that didn't know it was a movie set? Is this a movie set? If it is a movie set, then why do you make... Exactly! Well, it's part of the movie set technically, but they're not filming here. This is where they're keeping like all of their offices and equipment and props and stuff. This is like a backlot that they have set up for the movie, like a temporary backlot. I don't get it. Do you know what? That's fine. The man's a phony leader of the prosecutors. He's not a movie buff, clearly. Doesn't have time for them. Probably thinks movies are beneath him.
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right here in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winner was still present when this recording was made.
What?
It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself.
Okay, but wait, hang on. So, during the tape, in this very tape that we're looking at right now, there is a picture. The first image that we have of this tape is the zipper on that costume being closed, and the second one open. Would that not imply that someone would have left while the film was being taped, or while the tape was being filmed? So where's that footage? Like, do we not have the person crawling out of the footage of the person crawling out of the suit if they left while Sean was here doing his lines?
The situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape.
Like, look at this. This is what we have. This is the tape as it exists in evidence right here. Okay, no, it is only unzippered. Never mind. I'm stupid. But that means, like, they could have left at any time before it was filmed then. Because, like, if the guy left while it was being filmed, then why don't we have this tape? Why is it not on tape then? If he left after Sean arrived.
And compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage. It soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winner was still here?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I mean, the zipper is open, so, like, he's not here, right? What would prove that he is here? Oh, the bag. The bag would prove he's here, because the bag was at home, too. That's his bag. So where else was he hiding, then?
Look at the bag next to the Taurosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate the connection, surely.
I mean, once we find out what this guy was digging for, I'm sure it will make a lot of sense why he decided to shape everything like giant Godzilla footprints.
I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsior's Winner in the suit.
Like, it just seems so excessive to make him look like footprints. Like, he didn't need to do that. Said or not, there was no reason to make them thematic to the movie. Like, he knew it was a set of a movie then. Or it was part of, like, the film production of a movie. Because why else would you make giant Godzilla prints if you didn't know it was part of a Godzilla film set?
If he wasn't here, then the president's body can't have been. Good. Seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws of his theory. Somebody get the chairman Winner's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir.
You done lost your minds? Can't believe I am here. What is this hog's wheel?
This is all we need.
That right there's Taurosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug by no old guy.
I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are.
Don't matter to me none what you just did. I don't believe it. That's that. I done told y'all. I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes.
The giant pyramid at the window. How we gotten past that nonsense?
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh?
Credible ones? Responsible ones. But I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait. I feel like it was just about the footprints now, Hal. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man?
I mean, yeah, he was practicing his lines, probably some scene where he talks to the monster. So he was getting into character.
We're never gonna get anywhere with these two around.
Maybe if we could prove to them that it wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Miss Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Prove that it wasn't a monster. Fine. I did suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Tabby. Roll tape.
Oh my god, these two are insufferable. Please tell me they have a reduced role in the next trilogy.
Could I politely ask you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it is now. That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery.
It did?
Wonder which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake.
The 0 count? I mean, 0 count's a lot. That's a lot less than what it is now. Are you telling me that Lotta doesn't appear ever again after this case in the games? Because, boy, I would be happy. That's like an improvement, if you ask me.
Your so-called monster is right here in this picture.
Huh? I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really?
It was definitely this, camera crane. Good. I'm glad she doesn't. I mean, I figured she probably does in Apollo since that was meant to be a reboot, but I wasn't sure about the other 2 games.
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. Viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull, how the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Pretty easily.
Objection!
She's a superstitious nutcase.
How indeed. Miss Nichols,
Yes?
you told us that you might think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah, my eyesight got worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
Oh, we were talking about her. Okay, well, she's not superstitious in that case. Thought we were referring to fucking Lotta. Still.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us. Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all try to and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course. I bet the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night.
I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it?
That wasn't by intent at all. Probably should have been. But I do think it's finally time I put both of them out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end, but I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin.
Ah, heck.
I like that we're just not going to address the bear trap that she just carries around on her.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
You see everything, don't you? I say you're pretty amazing.
I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light.
And just like that, the dream dies. Again. Chief!
Is this the last game in the series? No, this is like, yeah, this is a spin-off that takes place before Apollo. These two games take place like, what, 3 weeks after Trials and Tribulations or something like that? Like a very short amount of time after Ace Attorney 3. But they did come out after Apollo Justice. I think like Apollo Justice was what, 2008? And the first one of these was like 2009 or 10? So they were the last games on the DS. But they take place just before Apollo did.
I think they may have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. But it seems could have been maybe a little, wrong, maybe?
Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
Everybody except these two.
Agent Lang. President's autopsy report is out, sir.
It is. Let me see it. Death was due to a full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So, we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought.
Crushed by what? Oh, I guess probably the head, right? That's what fell after all.
It must have been the head.
The head killed him, and those yellow flecks might have been from the inside of the head, probably. Crushing. Time of death, April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Hey, where does that put us in line with, whatchamacallit? That security footage. April 4th. And he died on which day? Where is it? April 5th at 11 p.m. Alright, just making sure.
Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found at his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand.
Gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh?
Gunshot residue, K. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun.
Really? We didn't find a gun anywhere, did we?
Indeed not. Which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Taurosaurus head, just as he said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you are right.
Amazing! So does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore either?
Surely it must, but the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know that the Taurosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly.
Now he's gonna say something like, oh, but it doesn't rule her out because what was she doing in the last 24 hours? Where was she last night at 11 p.m.?
Sorry, but it might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that. The falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who?
We know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. Wasn't Excelsius here last night? And so is Sean?
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean...
I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean?
Oh yeah, blame the kid. Why the fuck would the kid want to kill a president?
Kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right when the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely.
Oh, you mean like the investigation characters? Yeah, I wouldn't know about that. That'd be... Does Emma well, Emma was technically from Ace Attorney 1. If we want to get real technical, that was her first appearance. But yeah, she's a pretty major character in the second trilogy. But yeah, I'm curious if like any of these other characters reappear or not. Like, I doubt Kay does. The truth dies, and it was never the truth to begin with. Did he try to shoot his assailant? Maybe. I wonder who his assailant was then, and why he had a gun. Why those two people chose here of all places to have their standoff? Is what I want to know. Maybe, well, okay, the President did have a cameo role in this film. Maybe he was here on set for that, or something? We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved. Maybe that's why they look like footprints, because Excelsius did it. And he was just getting really creative with how to cover it up. He thought, oh, if I just make it look like Godzilla did it, no one will ever catch me.
Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf.
It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's gonna talk.
Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking?
What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang?
The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days.
Would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted?
It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not?
Je do, Lil V.
Good, then that should make this nice and quick.
Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question?
Why me?
I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst.
Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. There are new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder. Alright, let's watch this thing. Oh, we only get the one image? Man, his tape sucks. Nothing happened. What do we want to go for? Can we enhance? Oh, what the fuck? There's a ghost! First we had the Loch Ness Monster, and we had Godzilla, now we got ghosts. Ooh, what the?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. Let me see.
What is it? What's the matter? Show me!
Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks you to share your findings.
Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely.
There's a person there. It's... the President?
Oh my.
What?
You're kidding, right?
Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you?
This doesn't look good for Sean at all.
Wait, that doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there.
I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the President were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang.
No, that's ridiculous. Well, why would he? Sean, you did it. You couldn't have. Can you? What do we do, Miss Edgeworth? Try to push back against footage like that?
Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. You claim to know nothing about what happened, but the President is right there with him.
Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know.
He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault.
Sean,
What did you do? It was my fault the Pterosaurus head fell off the trailer.
It's probably going to be something like he was fucking around up on the top there and it caused it to fall at some point, but he didn't like push it down. But why was he like fucking around up there? And how the hell did he make it fall accidentally then?
I went up on the roof of the trailer, prepped the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. I came back after the call. The Pterosaurus had fallen from the roof and the president was just there, lying next to it.
Oh.
We did find evidence of a fire broken out on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself.
So we're saying the president died because of Sean?
If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it up on the ground? I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again.
You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid.
It's not like I did any of this on purpose. Really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen onto the ground below.
You're right, the fire caused the head to fall. I'm surprised the table didn't just like collapse under the weight of this thing. Like, look at that table in the previous picture. How was it holding this giant head in the first place? Maybe the president shot at Excelsius who manually pushed it? I mean, I guess that's possible. Like, if someone was hiding on the rooftop, maybe they pushed it off. And Sean's just blaming himself because it seems likely that, like, he has no reason to believe someone was up there, but he knows he left the heater running. And it's plausible it accidentally burned through the table. Indeed. They also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place?
How the heck was I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear.
I still don't believe you. Why would President Wang want to come to a place like this in the middle of the night?
His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Cavell up on the roof 2 nights ago. But he was alone also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. Someone could have hidden in the monster's head? I guess that's possible. I mean, if it's hollow on the inside, it's pretty big. Someone could have just like hunched down in a ball and just like sat there and then pushed it up and over from the inside.
You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean.
It's spring now, show that you didn't really need to fire up that stove. It's spring. Spring's fucking cold. Thank you very much. I don't know, maybe it's different in Lost Japan Uglis or wherever the fuck this is.
He's a fit and hardy young man who needs to look after himself.
I mean, the kid's wearing a coat right now. It's probably not that warm. And I don't think you're one to talk, Edgeworth. Like, I don't know what you're wearing, but that looks fucking sweltering in there.
Really, Your Honor? But if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather...
Seriously? May I remind everyone that Edgeworth was walking around in this outfit during that one case in the winter, out in the mountains? And he never once complained about the cold. Meanwhile, everyone else involved in that case complained about the cold. I don't think Edgeworth has any right to criticize someone else for turning on a goddamn heater when he's wearing out clothes like that.
You two are going to argue or something like that right now?
He's right, of course.
You've made your point, Sean, but I've told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as was me, Your Honor. Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I?
Hold it!
You left it burning? You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot? I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines in the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office, and the lights. I forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves, or make prank calls. But the one thing I would never ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater. Please, Sean. Go on. Jeez, a lot, huh? Anyway, as I was saying...
Hold it!
Yeah, like, he's wearing a full suit over here. Like, look at that coat. And he's got, like, a vest underneath. And then the blouse on top of that. And he's got, like, the fucking... whatever that scarf thing was he called it last time. This man does not get cold. He's already cold. It's the middle of the night and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother? I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. Thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was at the hotel. Out of the hotel on my own. Doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you? Fine. Look. The camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I don't want a conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it. He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother. So I ditched rehearsal and ran off the set as quickly as I could.
Hold it!
And then the president, like, walked by while he was out taking his call, right? I think that's what it was. You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct? How come you can tell you were coming back to the set to practice your lines? Because she had to phone the hotel and asked them to send a car to go get me or something. Of course I would have. A child your age should not be out on his own late at night. Anything could have happened to you. Children really can't seem to see the things from their parents' perspective, can they? It's true the other way around too, you know, Miss Edgeworth. Alright, Sean. Can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother? Huh? Oh, sure. So I came back and...
So when you came back, that's when the head fell.
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines. But a fire had broken out in the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time? No, I had my headphones on. Why? I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Cavello called you. You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway...
Hold it!
Yeah, I have to give the kid that one. I don't think Edgeworth has any argument about not hearing the phone call.
Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know, it was dark. Suddenly seems even more reticent than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this?
Yeah, no, push him.
It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground, and yet you didn't. Yeah, because... What was the point? He was dead. So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead? He was lying on the ground, and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened. You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. What did you really know? I'll tell you how. Because you checked. Fine. I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first, but there's no blood or anything, so it's hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. It was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead. Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. No blood and nothing on his clothes, you say? So there was no blood or any other markings that would have told you if he was alive or dead? Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct? You know I would. And you saw the body too, so you know I'm telling the truth. You also told us that the lot was dark at the time, and yet you were still able to confirm all this. What is your problem? There was nothing on his face and nothing on his clothes, okay? Thank you, Sean. I think that tells us everything we need to know. Why the focus on how clean his clothes were? Mine are freshly washed, at least. Perhaps you could give us a few details about how exactly you confirmed that the president was dead. Well, I couldn't tell from just standing there. Oh my god, so many statements.
Hold it.
How did you confirm he was no longer breathing? They taught us how at school. You put your cheek next to a person's nose. If they're breathing, you can feel it. Never thought I'd ever actually have to do it in real life. I mean, it's good that they teach them this stuff, but yeah, it takes guts to do it for real. Not bad for an elementary school kid. He's in junior high, Kay. Try to remember that, at least that much. Yeah, it must have been quite a shock coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? This was a dead body with a giant Taurosaurus head right next to it. Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting. But it does sound like it was an accident, right? Yes, at least it does the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little more about exactly how things looked around here at the time. Alright, we know what we're doing. It's crazy that there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 statements. Jesus. No blood, nothing on his clothes. Okay. Well, we know that's a lie. Oops, wrong button. Oh, maybe not a lie. Maybe it just wasn't there at the time. Maybe he is telling the truth. Nothing on his clothes? Nothing at all? Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten. Well, what are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true. Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least. That's... I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. And why are you butting in? Judge Cavell? Allow me to explain. You, but... The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago when I met the president on the roof of the big building. I presented him with the bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers. And it just stuck to him for like... almost 48 hours? Yeah, that was 2 nights ago. He would have, like, gone home, gone to bed, taken his clothes off, put them back on, gone out again, probably even, since he's a president, maybe even changed into fresh clothes, or got his suit washed, so he could put it on again. And you're telling me that that pollen somehow stuck through all of that? Huh? But... they're not in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I'm at liberty to divulge. Liberty, or you just won't because you're embarrassed.
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you won't tell us why you met him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers?
My sincerest apologies. But all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Seriously, Yana? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it?
Hey, you leave her alone. Sean. I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? So they were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gone crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket from front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
Okay, I need to remind myself of something here.
So this picture was taken on April 4th. Okay, cool, whatever. And he died on April 5th. Again, I ask, why was he carrying around a bouquet of flowers for more than 24 hours? You take that shit home, you put it in a vase, you don't take them with you when you go out again the next day. So unless he had a new bouquet of flowers that he was taking back to Gavel because they're lovers, clearly, I mean, what else would this be? Why was he carrying around a bouquet of flowers for more than 24 hours? Those things would have been wilted by the time he died, since they weren't put in any sort of vase with water. Probably gonna give it to Sean. I mean, maybe, but like 24 hours later? Like, okay, fine. Let's say Gavel was giving him the flowers to give to Sean. I mean, whatever. Why isn't she giving it to Sean? I don't know. Who cares? 24 hours pass between her giving him the flowers and him doing whatever the fuck with those flowers. Because this is April 5th. There's the pollen. This is almost to the minute 24 hours earlier on April 4th. That's the part I don't get. Like, I want someone to explain the 24-hour gap with these flowers. Forget his death. Who cares about that? We've solved that. I want to know what's up with these flowers. Where's the flowers? I want to question the flowers. Where were they on the night of April 4th? We've interrogated parrots. We've interrogated walkie-talkies. Surely we can interrogate a bouquet of flowers. He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets? They're quite a pair. There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them.
And felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet. We have lion lilies given to President Wang by Judge Gavel, recovered from on top of his body by Sean. Again, why was the flowers there in his hands 24 hours later? Now, you know why he threw them out? Because they were wilted. There's 24 hours outside of a vase, those flowers are dead.
I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse? Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why, what's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect.
Finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Shang's direction. However, wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the body.
Then the boy. What? Oh, the person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. Busy president. Yeah, I mean, okay, fine. I guess it wouldn't be the first time that, you know, someone just forgot to put flowers in a vase for 24 hours. But were they still all wrapped up in the paper too? Did he like rewrap them then, even if they were in a vase? That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Yeah, luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen in a popsicle over otherwise. I mean, the kid had to turn on a heater outdoors in the spring. He would have definitely, like, died of hypothermia or something inside a fridge. Hey, he was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him. Sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too? Yep. We found a bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3Zs. Apparently it's super strong. He was on both Kay and Sean during their kidnapping. Brand name is 3Zs. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I cannot say. I think we can say. Isn't that when the recording happened? We saw him in the footage. It's not like you to be so big, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect. Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wang? Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... That number again. Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago? Yup. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to the case. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? Well, let's take a look at the notes, shall we? December 24th, 18 years ago. Wait, this is the 18-year ago one. Don't we have the one from 12 years ago? This one. No? Wait, we don't have one from 12 years ago? What were the events 12 years ago? I thought we had something on that. Yeah, this is like the old one. I don't know why we have this again. This is kind of weird. Unless this is also relevant. Well, we have this. I guess this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But... And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report about Bronco Knight written by Warden Lagarde, who's addressed to Chairman Winner. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago in front of the planter. Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered on the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be, and I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong?
These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang.
We need to know. Who on earth was that? They're back! Huh? What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. We only just started talking about that like 5 seconds ago.
Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now.
We can't do that, sir.
What? You're disobeying a direct order?
Please, sir. I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figure out what happened. We can't either. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too.
You think that's that easy? That you could solve this case just like that?
I think we can, together.
Ha! Well, alright then. Offer accepted.
Shifu! 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 Nice. Then I guess it's my turn to step up. I'm sorry, Kay. You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. Ah, you mean Mr. Thief? Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can wrestle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. The top secret.
Really? Why?
Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in newspaper articles from the time.
That's fine. Just tell us what you can.
Alright. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Shangfa.
So he was kidnapped?
Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
100 million? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine, it seems.
The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Shangfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened to the president after that until he was kidnapped.
Let me guess, by your dad?
Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely.
So President Wang was head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him.
Agent Leg was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated?
It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial.
The trial? So a suspect was arrested?
Yeah, none other than our friend, Fifi Lagarde.
What? Is that why you visited the prison?
It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, was she?
Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. but they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, and he worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect, Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do you do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene.
Yeah, we weren't told anything about the scene. Also, why didn't you just ask your dad what the evidence was? I mean, he wasn't on the force anymore. What are they gonna do? Stop him?
Is there really nothing we can do? Who's this now?
Everybody's here. Except Phoenix. He only had a cameo that I apparently missed in the first game. And now it's way too late to see it.
Franziska.
Hey, Mr. Fender.
Finally wrapped things up over the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to.
Yeah.
What's this?
It says SS5 incident investigation report. Oh, nice. Just in time.
When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it. And this is what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Franziska.
Don't get the wrong idea, Ms. Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I owe you this. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excessius Finna.
He was the prosecutor in charge? Him again!
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us? Sounds like we owe him.
Prosecutor Eustace Finna is busy wrapping up things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You'll focus on your case over there.
He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor.
Indeed he is. Oh, right. Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem.
Excellent. Let's get started. Huh. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody.
Man, how many different cases are we solving in this one case? we threw away Excelsius, locked him up. We're trying to solve a murder, still haven't finished that. And now we're going on to some kidnapping case? Oh my god. So you remember a second Nick and Maya cameo? Was one of them in this game? It's kind of weird that that they haven't shown up at all in this game, but hasn't really been like a lot to explore or opportunity for us to explore. Like the first game was also pretty limited in how much you could move during an investigation portion. There wasn't really a lot of screen transitions, and I think the amusement park was like the only time we had such an ability, but I didn't think to even like look into something like that, which is unfortunate because that would have been cool to see.
Alright, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion.
Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldown. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping.
One could almost say he fell down.
So this is where it all happened, huh?
Here? As in the big building?
No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... Now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been the happy family home.
Like, for retired people?
No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words.
The president was kidnapped from an orphanage?
Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it a happy little home.
Yeah, I don't know. After everything we've been through with her, I don't know if I trust her with children.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wang, Excelsior's winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case.
Hey, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? Seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. Oh, fuck. Let me get rid of that. Oh, good, I can actually get rid of them today. Nice. Was there also kids taken with Mr. President? Yeah, that's what I'm starting to wonder. Wait, how old was the president? He's like... Okay, he's 58, never mind. I thought for some reason the president was like a kid or something, and then I remembered, no, wait, he was the president at the time. So why would he be a kid in an orphanage? In a foreign country? Never mind, that made no sense at all. Yeah, he would have been 46. He wouldn't have been at the orphanage because he lived there. Never, don't mind me. So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice. Alright, we're counting on you. Ah, finally time for an investigation. Now here's a question. So half of this projection is like inside the building. How are we going to explore half of this area? The building takes up space that the orphanage didn't. We're like, I don't know if we're going to be able to fully investigate this one. What the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 AM in the morning after the murder.
And it seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day.
In other words, before the incident occurred, meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Only examine the snowy parts, I assume. Well, yeah, even so, though, I feel like we're about to smack into the wall of the building if we even go so far as that planter up there. But you know, that doesn't stop Edgeworth from being able to walk all the way back here, nonetheless. Or over here, where there's a wall. Or over here, which is like inside the dumpster that we examined earlier. Nah, no, that's fine. Just don't think about it. It's okay.
These footprints go toward the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though.
Al fell down, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see?
I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos.
Seems he suffered a blow to the back of his head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken here in the courtyard.
Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Down's autopsy report.
Oh man, Edgeworth loves autopsy reports. Alright, let's see what we got here. What's with this plant being highlighted?
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes, the desire to steal treasures.
Okay, you can't just make these things up. What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter.
Huh. So what's it doing here?
What indeed? We should examine the planters too.
I must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure.
Okay,
I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor.
Damn. Alright, that flower gives me some ideas here. I'm not gonna say my predictions just yet, but I think I might have figured out something very important.
this cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. O'Down made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message.
It's in here too if you want to hear it.
Please.
Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it. Lights out, so I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I would... And that's it.
What were those sounds at the end? He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. O'Down's girlfriend, what was her name?
Winger. Rosie Winger. At least, that's what I heard.
Just as I thought. Wait, you mean...
Her revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
All Miss Winger was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so seeking out revenge on Chairman Winner, he made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she?
Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers.
Probably silenced the guy. It's my guess.
Al fell down. Freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked.
Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick.
Indeed. I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps?
Huh. Why would he even have that in the first place if he got a brick chucked at him? And from behind, no less. When would he have had a chance to rip a button off of his attacker's clothes?
So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. Oh! Well, that's a little different.
That's...
It's the president, right?
And somebody's pointing a gun at him.
Yeah, it's a little different than just a kidnapping.
That's attempted murder. This must be what Mr. O'Down witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde.
How come they only found one picture?
He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. This was the brick used in the murder.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. And they probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
Is that it? Body's done, that's done, that's done. Okay. Out we go. What else we got here?
It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. And behind it is what appears to be a motor.
You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again, maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true.
Wouldn't that be a little dangerous?
And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but hardly applicable in this case. Oh, come on, that would be sick as fuck, and you know it, Edgeworth. You just won't admit it. Ring around the rosy wheel. I didn't even realize that, but you're totally right. That's definitely what they were going for. Like, where's her profile? Is she even in here? Yeah, Rosie Ringer. And this guy's name was Alfal Down. My fucking god. I can't even imagine what those names were originally. That's too perfect. No ashes, though. But there's lots of flowers. And it does look like someone was walking around these, this planter here. Shifu, I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once? I'm begging you. For old time's sake? Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off! 1. Sorry, Shifu. Just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kinda lonely. 4. It shouldn't matter if there's only one of your 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off. 1. 1. 1. 1. Is he crying? An igloo shaped like a bear. Perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. Guess you could call it a big glue. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside of it. Yeah, and they could live there for 3 whole years. 3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the big igloo melt? Again. Say it again, Miss Edgeworth, please. One more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? You're no fun. Almost starting to wonder if she's starting to enjoy his logic and just swatting down every single fantasy that she has. Looks chillier than your chilliest look out here, Mauserino. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? Oh, you're one to talk. Are you okay, Meister? Anything. Can't believe this whole story tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What are Feast and the Chairman up to, though? Who are they going all with all this? Well, indeed. I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know where you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all. I did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. Look at this arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. This is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? Seems the architects worked on the old archway into the structure of the new building. Future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. I've never heard that phrase before, but I like it. 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. That's a perfect way to do it. I didn't mean to press that button. I don't know if we're ready for that. We'll come back to that. We might be. I cannot thank you enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy. Can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intent at all. Look at her little knight in shining armor, defending his mom's honor. Shut up. I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep. That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me, I would like to apologize again. Failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I... Judge Gambit, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. Their judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth. What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either.
So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial?
It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry. Excelsior's winner's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man.
Indeed. He simply has some growing to do. But then don't we all? Kay included.
Huh. Kinda feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. And I'm sure that chance will come. But for now...
Indeed. We need to focus on the case at hand.
Wait, how old is Lang? I think he was like kind of young, wasn't he? Yeah, he's 27. I think he's technically younger than Edgeworth, actually. Where's Edgeworth? Edgeworth isn't even in this profile list. I think Edgeworth is like 31 or something. Like he's like 29 or 30, I think, in this game. It's like a couple years older than Lang. So curious if Lang may have had a friend at the orphanage here. He could have. He would have been 15 at the time. Although, that would be kind of weird. Like, why would he have a friend at an orphanage in a foreign country? Because this guy's from Shangfa. So, like, did he come here really young? But his family was in Shangfa. His family was, like, the bodyguards of the president. So why would he come here, of all places? I mean, why would the president even come here, I guess is the real question. I don't know why you'd have a friend here if he doesn't really live here, is the thing. Okay, I guess it's logic time. Yeah, orphanage goes to 18, that's fine. But, like, he had parents. He wasn't an orphan. He lived in Shangfa, not America. Why would he be hanging around an orphanage in a foreign country for, like, no reason? Okay, we have, like, nothing for logic here, so I guess maybe we need to talk to you still. What do you want?
Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping.
They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there?
It's alright, you don't have to talk for him. You can just ask me himself.
Hear that, Miss Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm up to you.
I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can.
I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked.
So you had to come back today and try again.
Yeah, but when I went there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, Snoozing is easy threezy with 3 Z's.
The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her, because it is a catchy name.
Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face.
I see. Thank you. That's very helpful. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found?
Not a whole lot, I bet. Snoozing is easy threezy with 3 Z's.
I remember waking up feeling cold.
Some big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled.
That's where Kane Detective Gumshoe found him. It really saved the day there.
I guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason. So I used that to call for help.
I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely.
Wait, who did he call? Because I don't recall him calling us. Or his mom, really.
Say it like you mean it, why don't you?
He's not the most gracious child I've met.
Reminds me to search somebody else.
Who haven't we talked to yet? We talked to you. Oh, we didn't talk to you guys out here.
How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir. What's the matter, detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winner isn't in charge of it anymore and all, but the top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal,
Something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call. They told me that, well, Miss Von Gamma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy. I deny everything. Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. Don't worry. Efforts will be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. Oh, howdy, isn't this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green. Must be an outbreak of something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, green everything. They must be real sick if their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're gonna get our word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. And I don't think we want to. Just let those idiots be. Okay, what are we missing here? Did I, like, miss a piece of evidence or something? Is there something else I can click on that I didn't? Oh, I guess these things. A tortoise and a hare. Inspired by the children's story, no doubt. Tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a Cape Faraday pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. Don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1. The hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted a surprise secret victory. How does that even work? Those are my only 3 options? Too hard. Alright, I'll give you a hint. Option you're looking for starts with a third. Well, that definitely narrows it down. It still makes it wrong, though. I guess we didn't finish everything here. Was I able to present something here? No, we did finish everything here. We can't even present anything. Surely this logic isn't the logic. These two are completely different cases. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, what didn't we look at again? I missed something. Do I have to present something? Oh. There we go. Here's something here. There are burn marks on this pillar here. Bart says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see. What was it again? Oh yeah. One of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. There we go. That's something at least. Should we ask someone about the, oh, wait, here we go. Where is it? There it is. No, that's just this again. Never mind. There's someone here we can ask about that? Do you know about this fire, Agent Lang? 3 planters? Covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed. You have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? Where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. I thought we talked to him. Never mind. Guess this is new. Look at the flower in front of the body. Oh, which flower? Like the planter? The one, like the lowest planter? It didn't seem like I could click on it, but I'll try after this. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been for all those years. My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came all covered in bruises. Who knows where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry. There's no point in making you sit through old stories that won't change anything. Anyway,
I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That case wounded my father, and my family too. People who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into the investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm the only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything.
I wonder if he learned anything of value. I was gonna try presenting the fire to him.
What kind of brat sets a fire like that for fun?
Yeah, we lost a bunch of vital evidence thanks to that little prank.
Agent Lang, your father investigated the SS5 incident in some depth, correct? Do you know if he learned anything about the child who set the fire?
You wondered about that too, huh? So did I. Sadly,
he never shared his thoughts on the matter with anybody?
Yeah, which means the truth is lost to time. Guess we'll never track it down now.
May not show it, but against the sense that he talking about this is very hard for him indeed.
Aren't you forgetting something, Agent Lang? Wolves are amazing trackers. You can sniff out the truth wherever it is.
You're right. Who knew you'd be the one to tell me that? Maybe you're not so bad after all.
She's my assistant for a reason, Agent Lang.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant for a reason, Agent Lang.
Alright, let me check this planter, and then we'll come back to presenting to him. Flower in front of the body. Yeah, I can't click on this one. Oh, we didn't click on these footprints, apparently. These footprints stopped by the body.
I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
Well, I would sure hope that his feet are the same size of his shoes. Wouldn't want the poor guy be walking around with mismatched shoes, I guess. Yeah, I feel like we gotta present something to him. Do we have anything else here? Not really. President Shangfa was kidnapped and ransomed for 100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed by Da Long Lang. Can we just present this in general?
You want me to tell you about the SS5 incident? In a nutshell, my dad couldn't keep the most important person in Shangfa safe. So he put everything on the line to try and figure out what had happened. He nearly worked himself to death trying to solve that case. Got so bad he looked like a ghost.
His vague memories of a similar situation. Maybe Lang was kidnapped with the president? What if he was? What if they like mistook him for like the president's son or something? Or maybe they took him as well as like to have leverage over the president's bodyguards, aka his dad.
Maybe it would have all been worth it if he could have gotten the people responsible convicted. But he couldn't, and then the guard woman got off scot-free. He failed to repay the president for all he'd done for us, and he failed to solve the case. And that's how a family of wolves got pulled into this never-ending nightmare. That enough for you?
Sounds to me like one young cub in particular took his family's downfall very badly. I can only imagine how much the experience must have hurt him and his father. We will do all we can to bring this case to its conclusion at last, Agent Lang. I promise you. And I hope that the story you just told us proves a useful clue in doing so.
That's all you have to say after I've poured my heart out to you? Why do I waste my time?
Okay. You wouldn't know anything about this. What are we missing here, then? Oh, we didn't click on this. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Aw, and look at his cute little button eye just lying there. He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. It's usually the coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman.
What?
It's what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. I think I have an idea where that button might have come from. Just not sure what we're going to do with it right this moment. Okay, well, if we're supposed to present something to someone, I don't know what else we can present. Because we don't have any logic. Maybe there's still something I need to give to him. How about the picture? Oh, just gonna be the same as the case file, I guess. And a button? Let's go through all the new stuff. Nah, nothing. Okay. I don't think you're gonna have anything. I'm gonna try... Oh, wait. It's just... No, it's just a fire again. I guess we'll try you. Oh, you don't have a conversation. Ancient. You guys down here don't have conversations, so the only other person with conversations is you two. I don't feel like they would have anything with this, but maybe? No. No hammer smashing here, please. It's not what I want to ask. I don't know what she would even possibly know about this.
Both Chairman Winner and Warden Lagarde were involved in this case. Or at least, so it would seem.
Indeed, and that's not all.
Yes, Al fell down, and President Wang too. We need to find out what links their deaths. And perhaps a secret lies here somewhere.
We're only just starting to get an inkling of what that link might be. We'll need to pursue it as carefully as we can.
Let's leave no stone unturned. On with the investigation. And don't worry about Lil Thief. I just changed the batteries.
So it runs on battery power. Interesting. What did you think it ran on? Hopes and dreams? I mean, there's like being technologically illiterate, and then there's that. I didn't miss anything here. I mean, it says this isn't done, but I can't present anything. So if there's something else we need to do there, I don't know what it is. Sean, do you know anything? I know the body wasn't checkmarked, but like Edgeworth, when you go into it, says there's nothing else to do there. And I don't know, scrolling around in there, everything looks checkmarked to me. I'll go give it one more proper slow look, but like there isn't anything left. Yeah, there's nothing to be found here. And there's no present option. What? The hell's this? Oh, it's the blood.
Ugh, fresh blood and plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, he died from loss of blood to the blow to the back of his head.
Yes, and that blood spread out over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. Yeah, that wasn't anything. I mean, it technically was something, but... Oh, there's his feet. Footprints are the key part of this case. There was information about the shoes on the file, correct?
Yeah, let's see. They were size 12. Feet were clean. No corns, no athlete's foot. Beige socks, thermal underwear in the same color. He dressed old guy style. Brighter socks would have really made that outfit pop. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments.
Too, I thought it was going to be a plain old investigation report. Yeah, we already did the flower. We did the body. We did the phone. Nothing down here. Nothing over here. And we can't present. Is it checkmarked now? It's checkmarked now. So there's definitely nothing now. So I don't know what else I'm missing. We did the door. We did the pillar. We did the igloo. There must be something I need to present. The only thing I can think of. And she's the only person I can think of right now to actually give anything. No, I don't think she's gonna know anything. I mean, I don't expect her to know anything. Like, this is probably new territory for her, too. Shove everything to the kid? Oh, you think the kid knows something? I was kind of thinking that, too, but I thought that was me, like, jumping the gun. Like, I figured the kid knew something, but I wasn't sure if the game expected me to know that the kid knew something. No, I don't think the kid knows anything about this. That's fine, I wasn't expecting him to either. Oh, the flowers. Wait, is the flowers even evidence, though? Well, there's this. Yeah, I guess we could... This is the old bouquet. This is the bouquet from, like, earlier, before we started investigating this case. So I covered for my mom, so what? You trying to tell me I shouldn't have? I applaud your desire to protect your mother, Sean. But that doesn't mean I approve of your decision to dispose of vital evidence. Easy for you to say. You're gonna accuse her of murder. Won't we just stand back and do nothing? Sean, please. What Mr. Edgeworth is trying to say is that you're super brave. He just wishes you could have owned up to everything a little sooner, that's all. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Sure, something like that.
There. Isn't it nice when people are nice? Sure. Something like that.
Well, yeah, it's the same flower. And that gives me a lot of theories about what's going on here. Some, like, twists that we haven't gone to yet. But I think talking to Sean about any of this stuff is jumping the gun. I'm not expecting anything. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I'm definitely wondering if there's, like, a pixel of some interactable that I'm just missing. Like, why would this kid know anything about this case from 12 years ago? The kid was probably, like, what, 2 years old? Yeah, 1 year old when this case happened. So, he wouldn't remember shit. Which actually puts a damper on my theory. Maybe. Okay, I'm ready to look up the solution here, because I'm clearly missing something obvious-ish. Yeah, because I've, like, talked to everyone. I mean, hell, I even presented every piece of evidence we could present to everyone. And logic's not an option, right? No. It's like, where did I not click on? Yeah, I don't know. Show them to Lang? I did. Well, the flowers, you mean? Oh, I guess we could show the flowers to Lang. That's a possibility. I didn't think of that. Alright, we'll try that first. That could actually be it. No. That was nothing. That was a good idea, though. Okay, what are we missing here? Wait, I missed... I was supposed to examine the planter. But, like, out here? Oh, I did miss this one. Okay. This has to be it. These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
There we go. That's probably the missing logic.
Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Seemed there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait. It looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae.
A lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Cavell give President Wang some lion lilies?
What's the same flower doing here?
This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia. Whether it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. Wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. Huh. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more.
There's our missing logic. I ran all around and I somehow managed to, like, not trigger that pop-up. No? Oh, but there's one other thing that we can definitely do. I just thought of. You know what else was arranged like the planters? A certain set of footprints. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare that to the planters.
Whoa.
That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them?
He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters? I think it was this, right? It was like mentioned something with the note? No. One of these notes did, I think. Is it this? No, that's the competition case. Yeah, this one. That's what I was looking for. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was.
So where's all his digging for, like, the other 6 planters? Like, okay, maybe he couldn't access the east ones because they got built over. But surely he could have done the ones in front of the building.
Which means he had to try and dig up all 3.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
Why go through all that trouble? What was he looking for?
I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
Oh, right. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure. I'll use the photograph you took. Here goes nothing.
There's Mr. L down in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldan provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were all connected somehow.
And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time.
Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winner put a big hole in that theory.
He did.
Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage, so it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene, and then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winner and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winner was working with the kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was gifted and thorough investigator? Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Adal's message, surely.
Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case of he liked talking about.
Jin Lang's father, the Long Lang, trusted ally and confidant of the President Wang, discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner.
Our first priority should be to find out what they were.
Alright. Let's see what we got over here.
Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen out.
Indeed. Still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing.
Aw, poor guy. Bet some kid took it as a stupid prank.
Not a bad piece of thieving, though. I mean, they had potential. Think one of the orphans took it? Not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely.
Now we can deduce that. I think I know exactly what that is. I was thinking of it earlier.
This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Aldown was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction.
Because it was to repress the bad memories of his son being kidnapped. That could be it. Maybe that's why he didn't want to tell him anything. But like, wouldn't Lang remember being kidnapped? Like, I feel like he'd be acting a little differently about this case if he was involved to that degree. What does this button contradict? Presence location, Snowman's location, the victim's location.
The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Aldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. Snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close.
Right, but his footprints only go so far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
Alright, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldown's body was found.
Yeah, I think we got who's and prints mixed up here. Like, look at the prints over there.
But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out.
Maybe the culprit's prints are the exact same? He had the same size shoes?
Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big. And the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them.
Oh, these prints. Oh, those prints are the same. Yeah, those are like a size 9. They're way smaller. Oh, I thought I was supposed to click on the shoes. That's the whole reason we came over here. Oh, it's this shoe. Sorry. Not his left foot, his right foot.
These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh, these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly.
Oh, did someone like tie on other shoes? Maybe him and the culprit swapped shoes. Like he just took his shoes off, put them on the victim. For, I don't know, whatever his crazy, intricate plan he was thinking of to try and cover up his tracks. By literally using his tracks. I mean, look at his feet. They are kind of loose looking. If he's mentioning like strange shoelaces, I bet that's because they were tied by a second party or a third party. Like the way shoes are tied is very different if you between like you tying them yourself and having someone else tie them for you.
So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet.
But it did actually belong to him.
Is that the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So neither set belongs to him. Then, how did he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Is it really over by the snowman as we suspect?
Can we do logic? Oh, we do have logic. Gutlet guard acquitted of the kidnapping. Were they accomplices? Maybe he moved the body. Fuck. There's nothing else here, hey? Nah, because we did all this. Alright, let's go back. Oh, should we go back to the other one, maybe? We can get her to do that, right? Yeah, switch scenes. See what else we can click on here.
So this is how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint.
He seems super strong. Bet he still wasn't matched for a gun, huh?
Indeed. Mr. Eldown captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how?
How could he have grabbed that button off the snowman if he was still all the way over here? He was all the way over there.
Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again from a different point in time.
Is there anything else to do here?
It's a snowman with one eye missing. Comes up to about my shoulder. It's a super heavyweight contender right there. Those kids weren't messing around.
Never mind its weight and size, I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis here.
Well, it has a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. A full snowman uniform. And it looks like you can't wait for me to punch and kick into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces.
Wow. Okay.
Perhaps if we could keep things a little less subjective, Kay? This is how things looked before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint.
We clicked on this one already. Why is it still telling me there's something to do here? Alright, I'm switching scenes again. I guess there's nothing else to do here. Is there anything else to click on here? I feel like we got to do some logic. It's the only thing we got left. Is it possible that's what he was digging up? Okay, maybe not for now it is. Order, I guess, yeah. But I'm just not sure. Maybe this? I mean, he was digging up something involved with the case. Okay, there's some logic at least. Something tells me this isn't what we're looking for, though.
If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. You must have been digging up the ransom money.
The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. Certainly seems like a possibility.
Glad you agree.
I can't believe Edgeworth went with that. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of digging you'd have to do. Maybe? I mean, I didn't think these were connected, but yeah, okay. Still missing some... What are we missing then? Okay, we're all done with this scene. I think what we need to do is explore the other scene a little more. I didn't really explore anything except by the gate, after all. Because I thought that's all that was relevant, but that was really dumb. Because we didn't click over here. Where this happened.
Mr. O'Down took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here, and then called Rosie Ringer. By which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand, ready to strike. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. When we've seen someone before.
Why is all this stuff, like, considered still, like, even after I click on it, it's still considered non-investigated?
Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? Wait. It looks like somebody dropped it.
Yeah, we already went through all this before. Exact same lines, no less. I guess technically it's a different scene, but still. In fact, we already solved this problem. Well, we didn't solve why it's a line lily, but we solved the whole planter thing. So why are we even here in the first place? It's because we solved the planter thing. I think a lot of this is going to be the same. Yeah, like, see, even after I click on it, I can still zoom through it, but it says I haven't clicked on it before. And we can't do logic. Okay, what am I not clicking on here? Like, we can't even go to that investigate scene anymore. It doesn't let me. Are these footprints, maybe?
Can we really be sure that these are Mr. O'Down's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12. Which is pretty big. And the prints match his shoes. He also got straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
I can't even skip this, but we've read this before too. In this exact same position. So what am I doing wrong?
We did take another look at them.
Did I miss something else? No, it's checked off. And I can't examine, can I? Or deduce? No, I can't deduce. What the fuck am I missing? Look at his shoe now? But his shoe is already... Like, we already clicked on the footprints. We clicked on the footprints and the shoe has already been examined. Yeah. And I can skip this. That means we've read it before. We know he was carried. And now these are down. Whatever. What order of operations am I missing here? Yeah, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I have to talk to Lang, I guess. Present something to him. Maybe? Maybe the shoes? Must be the shoes. No, okay. No, we did that already. Hang on. Talk to Lang. Okay, we did that. That's all you can deduce and see for now. See the kidnapping all down witness. Yeah, we did this. Examine the head. We deduced the bloody button. Okay, we did that. Examine the body again and examine his shoes. We did that too. Examine the area around the now melted snowman. Oh, I'm supposed to examine the snowman again.
I think Mr. Eldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand?
I don't think I would have ever thought to do this. But I guess if I walked around enough, I probably would have found it anyways. As being unchecked again.
And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman.
But how would you have, like, thought to go here and click on the snowman again on the DS version, where the game doesn't tell you what you have and haven't checked already?
Better take a closer look.
Yeah, see, now we get this new investigation scene. And look at this, like, super obviously missing brick.
Huh? Look, there's a missing brick here. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that this one is missing.
I think that's all we needed.
Poor snowman, he's not looking good. Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All you have to do is wait. Snowmen of the case will melt into the clear water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have work to solve these mysteries. Okay, that's probably the logic we're missing here. Because now we got the missing brick, and the brick used in the murder. I mean, clearly they're the same brick.
Seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
Maybe these two now? There we go.
I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right, the button came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed.
And what's more, if the murder took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Eldown would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Eldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes.
What was he looking at then? How did he get the picture? The fuck? This makes even less sense. Hell's this mess?
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed.
Everybody who was present in it is in exactly the same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it?
The photo? I think it's the photo.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Eldown? Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like you saw something he didn't? And then took the photo to help back up the lie. They had the president at the gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Eldown's camera, right? Indeed. Imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged.
I guess we have no way of knowing which picture on the film this picture was. Because if it was like the first shot on a roll of film, that would have certainly helped back up Edgeworth's theory. Like they just swapped it for a fresh roll and then took the picture instantly. But if it was like the 4th or 5th or like 7th or 8th, I mean, Edgeworth could still be right, but it'd be a little harder to prove.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Eldown was killed. No way. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Eldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Eldown thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left behind that voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing.
Oh. We're not allowed to listen back to it, apparently. It's too late for that. Okay, well, if he was standing here, they must have been standing over here, right? Somewhere? Like where those footprints are. That's where they really were? Okay. We don't need a reason. Okay, can we listen to it now that I've fucked it up? Thank you. Okay, I guess you sleep already, and we're here at the orphanage. Something weird's going. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. The light's out, so I can't quite see. Okay, so they're by a light. I guess I didn't click close enough to the light. I like that it appears for a second, but you're not allowed to... I pressed R, it didn't do anything. It's just there to tease you. But they're obviously by here. I just didn't click close enough. I thought maybe they're like a little in front, but yeah, that makes more sense. Recall this statement from Mr. O'Down's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
Alright, so that makes more sense. It puts them on the orphanage grounds, and it means that there's a third party that's responsible for the killing.
And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture printed by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
Only way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
Switch between the 2 recreations. I need to first press X to talk with K.
Okay. So let's go and see what this looks like. We'll do some more investigating here.
There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. O'Down actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell.
Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before.
Indeed. We should examine the area where we previously thought it fell too.
So, there's no blood here though. Like, they never found blood out here if he was here?
Mr. O'Down wasn't killed here between the planters at all.
Then, what's this blood doing here?
Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered.
Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Well, we might have to examine it again, but let's not do that right now.
So this is where Mr. O'Down actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes. Which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere.
Yeah. They pulled some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that? That's just cheating.
Not to mention disposing of Mr. O'Down's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint.
My guess, the film is what was buried. He had some really damning evidence on that film, and they decided to bury it so that no one would ever find it. To like help perpetuate their lie of, oh, he only took 1 picture, look at this, we're not on the grounds.
Must have put some new film in, then staged the photo immediately afterward.
And if Chairman Winter was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well.
Certainly doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last.
Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation.
Okay, anything else here that we want to click on before I start swapping simulations? No, okay. Oh, we got this one, I see. Another new simulation. I guess we can click on everything again. Is this the same flower? Oh no, this is new.
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right?
According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly.
Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond between painted or tiled, right?
It's the bond between parent and child, Kay. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Eldown was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Eldown's.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record or something this small.
But then, why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it.
It would have been, like, more damning if someone tried to clean it up. It actually makes more sense for him to alter the case file. But then that just raises more questions, like, can we even trust anything in this case file then? If it was all by the chairman?
He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. O'Down's body, and he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they'd used that for sure.
Exactly. He would have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
So we've been looking at forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Eldown's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is wasn't yet dry when Mr. O'Down's body was placed here.
I get it. Which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Eldown was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction?
Yeah, someone else's blood was spilt, which means that the attacker probably didn't sneak up behind them, and instead assaulted them from the front. And still doesn't really explain, like... Well, I mean, okay, I guess it kind of does. The chairman falsified that part too. But if he really was killed with a brick to the back of the head, or any part of the head really, then I would imagine there'd be blood regardless. Like, that's a pretty big gaping wound. But we can deduce something here for sure, I guess. What's over here? Oh, more like what's not here anymore.
The body's where it should be now, over by the snowman. Kinda sad nobody being here anymore, huh?
No, Kay, not even slightly. Now that the body is gone, there may be new clues for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb one more time.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Alright. So I'm thinking the way he died might be wrong? No, okay. Let me re-examine the blood.
So it's melted by the fire, right? And when did the fire happen? We need to take another look and think about that.
Oh, I didn't even think of that, actually. Right, the fire is right there. Where was the fire? One of the children set the orphanage yard on fire as a prank sometime during the evening before the incident. So that blood... Oh. I think I see what's going on here. This blood would have been spilt before the fire because of the way it's cut off. No! Am I clicking on the wrong spot? Oh, I may have to click on this part first.
It's the only part where there's no snow, huh?
Because of the fire on one of the kids set. I imagine the snow here melted as a result.
This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse.
Fire came first. Just because it caused the snow to melt.
Do I deduce on this? What would I deduce? The blood? I guess. No? I need... It's something with, like, the blood and fire, because, like, the blood would have been here first, because notice how it's cut off? It would have spilt on whatever snow was melted. Before it melted. You did blood with blood. Click blood, use fire. I thought I tried that. Did I not try that yet? I guess I didn't. Thought that's why I tried. Oh, there we go. I did it backwards. I feel like backwards should have counted, but... There's a clear contradiction here.
Huh? In the blood stain?
The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started.
Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no?
We choose to believe that the case file, yes. But the fire was actually set after what happened here.
The kid who lit it might have seen something.
Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Airman Winner's version of events.
We need to know more about this fire.
Yo! Yes, Shifu.
The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything, and bring everything you find back here right away.
Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it.
One more thing.
What is it, Shifu?
Contact my family back in Shangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case.
There should? What kind of something exactly?
I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least, of something very much like it.
What?
Looked like it was drawn by a child.
Possibly a child from the orphanage? Possibly even the child who set the fire.
It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away.
Yes, Shifu. Oh my god. That was a fucking complex thing. I could not imagine doing this investigation on the DS where you can't tell what you have and haven't done yet. Because some of those were just... No, there's no way. Like, I would have been mashing A on everything and hoping it was something new. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire. But I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing.
About time. What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over.
Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? The fuck? I mean, even if it's a child's drawing, what the fuck? Did Picasso draw this? Did Ringo Starr draw this? In paint? That's some, like, serious ya baby vibes right there. $10,000 on the market for that thing, that work of art.
This is it. This is the picture I remember.
Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Shifu, there's...
What now? Look, you'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, why do you think my father kept this?
I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation, although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too?
Sure, yeah.
If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later.
What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No, kid? Really? That's horrible.
But sadly, not unimaginable.
Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this?
That's... But what's it doing in that case file?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before?
Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy.
Hey, that was President Wang's.
You've seen it before?
Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece.
I see. It has a special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings?
You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor.
Hey, you'll hurt the man.
Yes, Shifu. I'll go fetch him right away. Here it is, Shifu. The Pterosaurus doll, just like you asked.
Good work. Add it to the prosecutor over there.
Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie?
Fits perfectly.
And I need more recordings on there.
Hi, Jun. Sorry, President Wang. It's me. Amelie. Emily? Amelie. That's a... Amelie? Is there supposed to be an accent on there? Fucking English. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off, right now.
What's going into Judge Cavell?
Are you okay? Just turn it off, please. See, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Reminder that Judge Cavell is like 26 right now. That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Sean Fenn? The kid?
And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, if it's only just this once. I know you're a busy, very busy man, but anywhere, that's where I will be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean.
Care to explain what the heck is going on, Cavell?
Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him.
And he was aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins, but we were also friends, the best of friends. Yet people often mistook us for sisters, and so when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place.
It's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and sent the plushie to the president.
Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Shangfa.
Makes sense. A line of work might have well brought her into contact with the president.
What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Sorry, Judge Cavell, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who worked as the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident?
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her.
I'll bet that the chairman Winner's doing, though sadly we can't prove it.
And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again.
Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda? Kid's got a backpack full of milk. It's pretty clear what you're trying to do here. It's not gonna work. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. Think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important. It's about me. I'm staying. Dude, kid's probably like a fucking millionaire.
How much money do you have, Kay? $3? Oh, that didn't work at all. He could buy the whole vending machine.
Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well.
But I... Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Cavell was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too.
That was why I took the
Lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can't it wait? They found something else from Zhangfa. President Wang's will. What? The president's will, huh? He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? This is... What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. It seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
Sean's name appears in the president's will?
And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wang wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. You're President Wang's son.
Sean.
Oh, goodbye. Sean! Back to the drainage ditch for him. Can't believe we're only at the middle of this thing. Kid's both a movie star and the son of a president. Man, kid's fucking famous. Lucky guy. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Sean. He was my dad.
Can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire wouldn't have happened, and he wouldn't have... I ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I haven't ruined your flowers. Sean. Please. You mustn't blame yourself. Just... try to be here, with me. Just for a little while.
The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I am no expert, but it's native to Shangfa, so I know that much at least.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us.
You're right.
I believe we've learned all we need to know about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case?
I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out.
What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from case reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago?
You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the tooth. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped and now Down have happened to see it. If Down hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder. Just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent.
So that's our current theory, is it?
But there's something I still don't understand.
There is?
This. Why risk staging the photo?
You wouldn't have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question, and we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time.
Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away.
Alright, let's see what we got.
Hold it!
I feel like this might be an extra statement in here somewhere. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage?
I get it. You want evidence?
It's a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edward?
There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay.
Hold it!
The plushie? It has a recording device concealed inside it, correct?
It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Amelie.
To record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight.
Whoa, you're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team. You'd still peel away the layers of the truth like an onion, I'm sure of it.
You do realize there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? Could you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding? I see Kay's also a fan of popular movies from 2002 of the animated variety.
You'd still peel away the layers of truth like the skin of a wolf, I'm sure of it.
He said less unfortunate sounding. Shall I continue?
Hold it!
Could we go over all the details once again? So Mr. O'Down saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage.
And he was standing next to the snowman.
The murder crept up behind him, grabbed the brick, and...
Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events.
Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I know we have to go over all of this again, but can we do it less dramatically?
Really? Fine. I'm happy to keep answering it if you're happy to keep asking.
Hold it!
I still think Sean didn't kill Zen. Oh no, he totally didn't. Like, he probably helped set things up, but I 100% don't think he did. I mean, we've seen this like a million times in this series. Some guy is adamant that he killed a person, and then we just go and prove why he didn't do it, but also why he might believe that he did. Like, there's no way the kid did it. If Mr. O'Down hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain?
There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could happen without any blood being spilled.
Could it?
He makes it sound as if it was Mr. O'Down's fault he was murdered.
That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. O'Down was the only person who died at the orphanage that night.
Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right?
She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over all the evidence. Finished discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor? Then let's continue, shall we?
Hold it!
This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all the details again? Sure, probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did O'Down see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion that they might be connected with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film in O'Down's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and then they moved O'Down's body to a location consistent with what that picture showed. Secrets buried underneath that snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light.
And we're sure that's really what happened that night? What's the matter, Miss Edgeworth?
I get the sense we're still not seeing everything, but there's something else at play behind it all.
There is? But what?
It's a piece of evidence we've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further. Okay. President went to the orphanage, yep. Our source story proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelia Fenn, because she worked there. Except he was kidnapped and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a kidnapping. Murder, just a kidnapping.
Objection!
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping? But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? The main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness to present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. O'Down wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, where Mr. O'Down was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Yeah, they covered up a second murder by killing a first murder by killing a second guy and using him to pretend to be the other guy that was killed. Whoever covered up this little homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. The blood again? Or the fire, I guess, right? Is that what it's talking about? I'm just making sure there's nothing else, but I think that's all it could be talking about. The drawing, you think? What is in this drawing exactly? Well, I mean, yeah, okay, it's the assassin guy and the president. What, you think the president was just killed, not kidnapped? That was one of his body fake presidents? I guess. Yeah, okay. Celsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. There's one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. I mean, the guy does seem like he's equipped with a knife, but who the fuck drew this? And why? Like, what kid was out during this, like, whole ordeal and watching some guy get murdered? Potentially. Or held at knife point. Maybe, or maybe, what if that's just the kidnapper? What if he was the kidnapper for this whole thing? And he didn't hold someone at gunpoint, he held them at knife point. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right there in this picture.
The picture my father kept.
I think we can all agree that that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Taurosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog? That can only be Bodhidharma Canis.
What? That creepy assassin guy?
What would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can only think of one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination.
Yeah, that was one of the fake presidents that was killed. Did he even mention that, I think, didn't he? Or it was like him or Shelley or one of those two like mentioned how they tried so many times to kill the president, but each time it was like a fake.
And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winner were...
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. O'Down was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all.
So that blood might have been whoever was pretending to be the president.
Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well till just recently.
Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Two presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be two presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Sang Farm may not be a big country, but he held that place together. The President Asian Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, Presidential mask he has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if there were two completely different people. But how could one country have two presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be two presidents. One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Shangfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true. There were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there were more than one president. Not without proof. Have any proof that there was more than one president?
Maybe. Well, I mean, the blood being different, right? Does he look any different here? Not really. Guess that's kind of the point of a body double. Proof that there is more than one president. No. Can't listen to that right now. Like, we've heard it from several different people. Is this proof that there's more than one president? I don't think so. It's hard to tell from the drawing that he looks any different. The shoes? Maybe this was the president's shoes. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed by Dalong Lang. Is that it? Supposed to humiliate Fen at the orphanage at midnight. When his cell fell down, was murdered, his body moved, and a photograph of the kidnapping staged.
Take that!
Don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden.
Wait, the snowman drawing had something in it? I mean, wait, can we be sure the snowman drawing was... what? Oh yeah, I guess it was at noon. Maybe? I mean, if this is wrong, maybe. In Amelia Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Well, okay, but midnight, that could also... how do we know that's noon and not midnight in the drawing? It's one of the two times, for sure. But how do we know it's the other one? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him. So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Connors to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence. What was it again? Well, the photo, right? The picture taken with Mr. O'Down's camera was staged sometime after his murder. Mr. O'Down was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. An Excelsius winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared? No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Is that what we're digging up here? Chairman Winner dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean... That's right. The real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What? The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that the construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie, and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they start digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics. We need a dig team, not just forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. Start. Really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winner. Physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. He just stashed a body at his house? I mean, I guess he wanted to get it out of there. Didn't want anyone finding it, but like... where is he thinking of putting it? He's just gonna store it in his closet? So, as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago, and the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the President arrived at the orphanage. I'm actually shocked that the real president... I wasn't expecting that twist, honestly. I thought, oh, okay, maybe the body double died. But it makes way more sense for it to be the real president. Because why would the body double go to visit, you know, his wife, right? Or his lover, or whatever you want to call it. You would want it to be like the actual dad and the actual guy for that one. But I guess somehow that got... other people got wind of it and used it as an opportunity to kill him. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son.
The footprints were originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldown. Seemed likely to have been actually made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Kanis.
So sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed, but at least with Mr. Kanis we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Aldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings.
Wait, but wasn't it Kanis that, like, complained about how it was so hard to kill the president or something? Or was that, Shelley that mentioned that? Well, either way, one of them, it seemed implied that he wasn't dead yet. Like, they didn't know that they killed the real president. I guess they had no reason to believe that they killed the real president. Because the president still obviously was, quote-unquote, alive. They thought maybe they killed the body double. Or something like that.
The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was when the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed that what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point...
Oh, the body double had come to meet up with his co-conspirators. Walked right up behind Mr. Aldown.
Oh right, the body double is working with them. Or so this theory goes. I guess in that case it'd be very easy for both of them to be like, oh yeah, well we didn't kill the president, we just killed the body double. We can never find that guy. That's that sly devil, the president. He's just that unkillable target. When in reality they actually did kill him, and they're just using a story to make it sound like they could never find him so that they don't get, you know, suspected of killing the president.
Leading to an unfortunate eyewitness
Being murdered by the man who was planning to replace the president. So it was the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
None of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. Which shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints.
I mean, he could have just, like, walked in the same prints as everyone else, but no, he used the shoes, probably.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this?
I mean, if he's gonna be the body double of the president, it makes sense that he would be able to fit in the same size shoes.
After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president...
Of course, he would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's still one thing I don't get.
There is? What?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage, and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure of that?
Two of them would have had to walk out behind the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of prints were hers.
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9. Too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination.
So complex, and yet actually kind of well thought through.
It does. Which means my father must have... He must have... noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's pictures as proof.
But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement the child who drew it.
Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out.
Zheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt.
So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping, and our family name being ruined.
So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Uh-oh. Now who's here?
Who's there?
Ah. That sound. Is that a bell?
Father Dharmacanis. What the heck are you doing here?
Mother-in-law, you think you could just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having.
The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect.
You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, I should say.
Someone you're looking for, I suppose?
Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary. To find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat.
What? Wait, you know who they are?
In a matter of speaking. What did you call them again? Secret mastermind?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat?
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmet? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, the god, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend the young pup again, they might have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
So it was the president's body double who hired you?
I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday.
I bet that's the man in the raincoat, the body double.
You know how many times I've been nearly killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one that was put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't just be as good as him? There was a difference, of course. Even if he didn't look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No.
So he got his wish and became the boss, but he couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes.
Works on around. Means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
You! Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me!
Seems like the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness. A young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Mr. Fen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
Warden Lagarde.
Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night. Either in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No. As I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo just for such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way. So that's what the fire was for.
Oh, it must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance.
You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all of this?
I do indeed. Don't I, Helmet? Yes, yes I do.
So who was the kid in the raincoat? I guess if that would make... If he was the person on the other end of the phone, I guess that's not the body double. Because the body double hired him and was in on it with everyone else.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission.
If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then, I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. I've made my peace with that, and I am happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yes, yes I am.
Not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. Basically, he thought nothing of murdering the president. Not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee, not someone to be trifled with. We can't afford for him not to talk. I need to tread as carefully as I can. Very well. You killed the president, and you're happy to admit it.
Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you thinking that I drew my blade and missed.
Hold it!
You, a target? But you're an assassin. Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own.
Impermanence is inherent to the way of assassin. Life takers' lives are taken, so it goes.
Wait, does that mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back, or...?
It happens, occasionally. But it is not what happened this time.
Hold it!
With Mr. Connors, you're a professional killer. The famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been little more than a minor inconvenience.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without Helmet here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few seconds.
I see. So even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a frontal assault?
We're not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I certainly wouldn't have liked my chances.
Hold it!
Again, so the 2 of you had met before?
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back.
That long ago.
But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I'd taken Helmet out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found 2 young boys, shivering and semi-conscious. 2? Yes, and I had found them even an hour later. The poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. Is it me, or is there something significant about what you just told us? What is it about Commons' statement that is especially noteworthy?
I mean, both of those are kind of important. Let's go with the date. I have an idea here. I have a plan. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that?
I am. Holy smokes!
There's something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date on which Mr. Connors found the children?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor.
No way.
An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Marty Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition.
Indeed. Because without his son to test his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning.
So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
They weren't.
No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they were really on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names.
Wow. So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids?
If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Connors, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
People from 12 years ago? You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the President, I assume?
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course.
Because you murdered President Wang. But they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the President as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too.
Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
So he was probably, the only reason he was alive in the prison was because he probably had some outside source ready to divulge information that she wouldn't have wanted going free if he was killed.
I'll be at the orphanage in the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. But you can meet him if you like. Even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be.
Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait! This is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, just give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I. But the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was a young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns, you can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize.
So the president meant to tell the world about Sean, and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough to simply have Connors' word on the matter. Of course, we have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all.
The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it.
President Wang was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit his mark.
So it was Connors who tore off the horn of the Taurosaurus doll.
I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
We must be getting close to the end now. I mean, it's all starting to come together. All of the cases, every event that's happened up to this point.
Hold it!
So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison?
I was. Via post office box.
What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see.
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of in prison, after all. A little hard to get out, although clearly that's not a problem for you. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and gripping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Connors' chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
You found the diagram of the game in his cell too. So Mr. Knight was the one on the phone in the red raincoat and saved him 12 years ago.
So does that mean Knight had something to do with all that I-7 business?
Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Oh, yes, we do. This is everything that Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a close look at it if you would.
That sign. That's Paul Halik's trademark. Mark.
Indeed. It looks like somebody turned a stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. Why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident?
Tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember correctly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard in the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods.
Including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore it until his own death. The ring of his father makes sense.
So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
And we were looking for somebody connected to the I-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
But wait, how could he have been on the phone then if he was dead? Huh. Interesting. Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible. How can the dead guy be behind all this? Unless it was the other kid. It is a little perplexing, but then who else could it be?
Hold it!
I forgot that all of that was that one single press. He stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmet did too, of course. That big scary mutt really said that? What, like, woof woof, that's barking mad? He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear. He doesn't? Okay, then well, let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense kind of scary glare. He's not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be? Miss Edgeworth, help! He really isn't fond of Canis's pet, it seems.
Yes, there's a good boy. Now where was I? Ah, yes, of course. I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup.
Hold it!
It does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wang all those years. Warden Lagarde murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. An Excelsius winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. And the more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents.
Yes, even from behind bars it was rather obvious that something strange was going on.
Somebody decided to finally make some moves and take out the whole group of people. Somebody didn't want this case getting out real bad. You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen? Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Fear not. Nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Leave it at... No way, pal. You escaped. I ought to arrest you right now.
There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you all serious? Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and out of when you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one that strolled in and tried to dig into my past only recently? You...
Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe, I need to be able to question Mr. Connors further. Could you both try to remain calm for now? Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that.
Fine. But I'm not taking my eyes off of Dogman. Not even for a second, you hear?
Hold it!
In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them?
That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell.
Huh. Do you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh, this and that. General chit-chat. And chess moves, of course.
He wrote the chess moves in Braille too? That's interesting. Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move, the dog? Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened with the letters, when the letters stopped.
I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, Nope, I still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this puppy keeps talking about? Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Connors knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know. That there was a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. Okay, this Braille thing is kind of interesting because don't we still have those notes? Or no? I guess we don't have them on us anymore. Oh, we do, here. Bishop to G. I'm gonna present this.
Objection!
Yeah. You said that you wrote all your letters in Braille, is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? Yeah, but like, does a blind guy have to write in Braille? First of all? I mean, I don't know, I think you could probably pen something out pretty good if you had your eyes shut. You don't need to look at what you're writing necessarily. And what about, you know, the other guy on the other end? Don't they need to read it?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really? But surely that's impossible.
How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Connors' letters out on purpose?
Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them?
So then,
That intermediary might have been the real Raincoat Killer. Mr. Connors says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests there must be a third party who typed Mr. Connors' letters out.
Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken the Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille.
They could indeed.
I mean, maybe all Knight just had like a Braille translator working for him or something to help him out. And Connors didn't know about it. I mean, like, it's not like everyone knows Braille after all, right? Guy's writing in Braille. He probably wants some way to translate it back and forth to something he could read.
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Connors. Mr. Connors, the answers we received,
They were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person was really retyping the Bronxers' missives? And that same person
might well be our secret string puller.
What? You're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So, who's this new one?
Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for?
Carmelo Gusto's son.
But who is he? And where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be...
he doesn't have any family, you see, just like me.
him, but surely not.
What's the matter, Miss Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course, it all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us.
I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is...
Somebody we know rather well, eh?
Couldn't be, could it?
I mean, 18 years ago? It would have been like, what, 7 or 8? It's the only other person here who's unaccounted for in this whole string of cases.
Take that!
It has to be. The person behind all of this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love if you come down, Miss Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. Very big circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun.
Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Oh, little me? What kind of favor?
You told us you recorded the sound of the Taurosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all of this, it's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yep. Snapped me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well. We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it. The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. Well, there it is. Something's there. That's, See, I done told you all. Tarasaurus in his own dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. Monster? You're finally ready to admit it? That he's dang well real? That big bad bull himself? No, because that isn't Tarasaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this, if you would. The very big circus flyer? Oh, wait, look! You see it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd heard through the creature breathing fire? That's the balloon's engine. Oh, come on. You're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air? They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus? What, did they launch a balloon from where we're standing or something? How the fuck did they get away with that? Circus worker, friend of the Bronxer, son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not serious? You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. What if it was the monkey behind this whole thing and not him? And the monkey orchestrated this whole thing. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right. Simeon Saint is the one behind all of this. Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. They would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No! Mr. Connis, wait! Now that we're here, I need to drop some important info. Like what? Now that the truth has been revealed, and we know who the real mastermind is, what's so important? Damn it. He disappeared. Are you okay, Miss Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine. But... damn you. Oh, you're right, Sean. Killed my dad. He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow. Some way I'll... No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Miss Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I just put the guards, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Gannis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind?
I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess he means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang. There is? What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Miss Edgeworth.
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing. But even though he was right there in front of me, I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things right once and for all.
Is this it? The final part? Simeon's fandom name was Simon Says. Okay, come on, that's a little too on the nose. I don't like that one. I think they could have tried a little harder with that one. Like, that feels like a name where they just couldn't come up with a name for the character, left him until the last minute, translate like everything else in the game, was like, alright, fuck it, we need something. First name, someone blurts out, we're putting it in the game. I can't believe we're actually revisiting the circus after all this time.
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come here to watch this show?
Oh, did we ever come here to watch a show?
Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint.
You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise.
Yes, I remembered you giving me this.
That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun.
Yeah, real shame they're gonna have to cancel this show.
I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't know. I think someone else might be surprised, though.
I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye you painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put in some extra hours.
At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual? A strange time to decide to practice.
But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying?
That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have to have been you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand.
That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away.
Yeah, Simeon works better. Ties to the monkey. Saint is an alternative name of the bishop in chess. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I didn't even think of that. That's really clever, though. The Saint thing is really clever because it's just different enough from bishop. You don't see the connection, which is exactly what they want you to see. They don't want you to see the connection. They're hinting at it, but it's just enough to throw you off. Just the difference between Saint and bishop. That's such a good name for this character, now that you mention that. That's like perfect. And Simeon is way better than Simon. Simon was like, I mean, okay, what's the Japanese name of this guy? Do we know offhand? I'm curious what his Japanese name is. Does it say down here? Japanese surname contains the kanji saru, which means monkey. Okay, well that makes sense. Not only does he have a close relationship with Money the monkey, but yeah. Okay, so the Japanese name even referenced the monkey thing, and like the fan translators didn't consider that when making their patch. That's unfortunate. The shiro portion comes from the word shiro, meaning substitution, and the given name comes from the word sosa, meaning manipulation. These reference the fact that Saint is a monkey tamer, but also, you know, his role in the story. Such a better name, Simon Says. Simon Says makes it sound like he is following someone else's orders and not giving the orders. And I guess one could argue that throws you off the path, but, like, nah. It's not a very good name. The official name is way better. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it?
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I never, ever, ever do anything like that.
I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back in the jail. You said you believed I was innocent.
You know, I would almost believe that the monkey is responsible for half these things. I mean, recall that the monkey assisted in the murder of the ringleader a couple years back, and now he's assisting this guy. Are we sure the monkey's not the problem here? I guarantee if they get another guy to replace him after he gets thrown in jail, and he has to be the monkey tamer, he's gonna also end up being some sort of killer and involved in some sort of murder. It's gonna be the monkey's fault. It's the only connecting thread through all of this. The monkey is the real killer here. That or the monkey's cursed. One or the other. It's like, you know, whenever there's a new dark arts protection teacher in Harry Potter. He always gets replaced. And then he always ends up like dead or one of the perpetrators of whatever plot happens in the book.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Miss Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing.
Yeah, because he was, like, kind of in charge of it. He had little reason to kill him, because he didn't kill him. But I guess that kind of gives him all the reason to kill him. He just, you know, got someone else to do the dirty work.
And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here.
Yeah, he isn't capable of murder. He's just capable of getting other people to murder for him.
This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me.
It's the monkey's fault. True, he's got 4 of them. It all makes sense now.
We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to.
This man's like 10 moves ahead. Edgeworth's playing like 4D chess. This man's playing like 500D chess.
Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention.
We're gonna go through them all anyways. Because we have to, you know, pad out this ending somehow.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine.
the fuck is this?
Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it?
Truth, lies. What does it matter? All you need to know is that Miss Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now, he's going to pay.
He's obviously the mastermind, but he himself did nothing wrong. Like, he never killed anyone directly. Sure, but he's 100% accomplice. It does make him harder for us to pin him down as, like, involved, though, because he didn't directly do anything.
Sure, I was up in the balloon a couple nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all.
So you go up in the balloon reasonably often?
Yeah, promoting a circus, like I said.
Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it's true that Simeon's job is to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess it's just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime.
Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area when it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all.
I will be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. Problem is, like, we can't pin him down to actually be there unless we find his raincoat. But that raincoat is probably long gone.
Hold it!
This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus?
No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from.
I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it?
Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it.
I'd prefer if you didn't change the subject. How did you transport the balloon?
Wow. Give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track, jeez. We use a truck, okay? Just load it on the back and away you go.
A truck, you say?
Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago.
That could be important. I better keep it in mind.
Hold it!
So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then?
Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I?
Answer the question. Or you trying to avoid this one too?
So that was a cheap shot, even for you. If I say something, you'll need to confirm it, because I just said it. See how that works?
Yeah, let's trust the guy who's just been lying to us the whole time, sure.
But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last, and the balloon was still loaded on the back basket and all. Explain to me why this even matters.
Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. So he means to insist that the truck has been parked here ever since 2 days ago. I think you might have let slip more than you realize, Mr. Saint.
Are you done? Alright, as I was saying.
Hold it!
So you're saying you just happened to fly past somebody with a camera too?
Oh, I get it. I'm starting to understand how you think, Miles. Next you'll say something like, there's no way that was a coincidence, right? That's down the slippery slope too. There's no such thing as coincidences. There's a scary thought.
That's not what Miss Edgeworth is saying at all. Why can't you just...
Don't play into his hands, Kay. He's deliberately trying to frustrate us. He's hoping that by needling us, he'll be able to avoid the question. And why do you think he'd be trying to do that?
Because he's a clown? No, because he's got something to hide?
Precisely. So we can't let up. We have to stay on the offensive. But we have to remain calm while doing so.
Gotcha. Hey, Simeon. This highly capable prosecutor's assistant has a question for you. Are you trying to tell us you just happened to fly past the big building?
He's right, you know. I wasn't going to answer. You're so bad at this, Kay, I guess I'd better throw you a bone.
Well, thanks, idiot,
Hold it.
for giving in to Kay's question. You're in charge of both the promotional work the balloon is used for and the balloon itself. Is that correct? You don't believe a word I say, do you? But it's true. Ask the boss. Right, boss?
Yep. Simeon's in charge of keeping it clean and making sure it's all working properly and everything. I don't think everybody ever even touched it except for him. And not lately, anyhow.
Interesting. I think we can safely say he was in the balloon when it was photographed the other night. But if he's a mastermind, then there are parts of his plan that would have to have carried out today too. Perhaps we need to dig into these a little more. Well, wait, if he was in the balloon, did he just like somehow park it next to the building? Like, did he moor it to like the 52nd floor or something, the courtyard? Because if he was the one in charge of the balloon, he was also in the picture when he was like leaving the 51st floor. Why the big silence? It's not like this is tricky stuff to process. There was a balloon, it was flying through the sky like balloons do. End of story.
Hold it.
Is that so? Not only were you flying at night, multiple crimes were committed on that same evening. And you expect me to believe that there's nothing to see, as you put it? Are you trying to provoke me, Miles? It's not very nice, you know, staring fights with people. I'm a clown. We're all about smiles, not frowns. He's certainly skilled at steering the conversation away from the topic at hand. But that's not going to help him. I just have to stay on the attack. We don't know a whole lot about this balloon just yet. I think I should try and learn a little more about it. Alright. The truck, hey? You know, we know a truck. Parked in front of the big building. I think it might still be there. This truck. Oh. Apparently, internet went out? Maybe. 1 second. Okay. That was odd. I guess it was time for our nightly, internet disconnecting. That's been happening of late. I mean, at least the internet's been stable otherwise, but I don't know. It seems consistent. Like, well, maybe not super consistent. It's like sometime between like 12 and 2 a.m. There's usually some sort of internet disconnect, and I'm not sure why. But I think we're okay now. I was kind of worried for a second we'd have to like just suddenly stop on this cliffhanger of all times. Glad we get to continue though, I think. Did I glitch the music? Did me going to home menu fuck up the music? I hope not. Yeah, I don't know. Just Shaw being stupid, I guess. All the more reason that we're hopefully going to be able to finally switch back to TELUS in a couple of days. I trust them way more than the other one. It's their only two options. We either get Shaw or we get TELUS, and TELUS wasn't an option up until like maybe a couple weeks ago at best. So fingers crossed it works better once we switch over in the morning. This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance? Huh? So what if it was? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having been moved in 2 days is a lie. Oh, he looks pissed. You switched to time. You live in Mountain Time Zone, right? Yeah. What time does it say? 12:20? No, that... Okay, it's 5 minutes off for some reason. I don't know why my computer's 5 minutes earlier. Probably just needs to, like, resync on the Switch. It's probably just a little sync. But yeah, it's basically right. It is indeed 12:15 a.m. or 12:20 a.m. Somewhere in that ballpark. I'm going to say 15 because my phone agrees with my computer. Yeah, my Switch is definitely 5 minutes fast. It's probably just because it's like I usually pick it up and put it back in the dock a lot. You know, like change games or whatever. And so I would guess that it disconnecting from the internet from doing that all the time is probably not good for it, for the clock. I find that when you take it out and put it in the dock, it sometimes has, at least mine does, it has issues reconnecting. And not only reconnecting, but reconnecting to the LAN cable that I have plugged into it. It always like stays on Wi-Fi. If it even can stay on Wi-Fi at the best of times. So that's probably why. It probably just needs to be resynced, which, not a huge deal. Uh-oh. Oh, here's everyone else. Agent Lang. Emma. Why is Emma here? Okay, why does Emma just like randomly show up for like 3 minutes in each one of these cases? She was here, when was she here last? Case 4? For like 2 seconds? And then she was just gone? And I think she might have been here at the start of this chapter, and then again just gone? Why is she in this game at all? Were they just trying to shoehorn in Apollo Justice characters? Like, telling people, please like these characters. We're sorry we got rid of Phoenix, but please like these characters.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck.
Wait, what? It was loaded on a truck in the parking lot out back. Oh. Are we good? Okay, we're good. I think we're good. Is my Switch just behind? Or my stream's behind? Are we good? Okay, we're good. I guess it was just my preview that was being bad. We're fine. He said he needed the forensics. I guess that's true, yeah. So they send her and not just like random forensic scientist B? Yeah, I guess it makes more sense. Random forensic scientist B wouldn't be as impressive to come walking in through the circus, I guess. That's okay, whatever. We're going to be seeing more of her next week, from what I understand.
Well, well. I think the truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
I thought we got rid of all these bugs that were in like all our stuff that he was listening in on. Did he somehow manage to come by and drive the truck quickly? He's like, oh shit, they're on to me. Better park this truck out back. Don't want to leave it at the building.
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way. You could tell just from that?
What can I use to prove it's the same truck?
Luminol testing. Yeah, we think you, there might be a couple hit and runs with this truck. We're gonna need to test it for blood splatters on the bumper. I guess a metal detector? I thought you would, wait, where's the touching? Well, okay. Oh, we can dust for his fingerprints.
I'd like the truck dusted for fingerprints.
Huh? Why would you want to do that?
Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints.
That sentence doesn't flow very well. You could probably remove one of those 2 words, and I think that sentence would work a lot better.
If I do, they will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw?
Yours. You think you're gonna find your own prints on there?
I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time?
That's why I'm here. One moment, please.
Man, did the DS version of Apollo Justice have like the whole like scratching the fingerprints and blowing into the microphone thing? Are we just not gonna be able to get that because we're gonna be playing the trilogy? I like doing that in the first game. At least when I played on DS. And I missed it when we played the previous trilogy too, when we played through that case again. Maybe not next week. Apollo Case 1 is a classic story case, so we need to analyze anything. Oh, true, yeah. Well, I mean, it's also a short case, and I usually, at least up to this point, I've usually ended up playing like the tutorial case in like the first chapter of the second case in all of these games. So there's a chance. I would say there's a greater than 0 chance that we would get to do it. I don't just do 1 case a week. That only works out that way in the normal cases because they're extra long. But usually I pair the tutorial case with at least a chunk of case 2. Unless you're telling me case 1 is, like, really long for some reason.
Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh? Me?
Of course. Who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself. I guess this is the first time we've had to dust for prints in this game.
Yeah, we didn't. Did we do this in the last game?
No, we didn't. She was in the previous investigations game, but we never dusted for prints. So last time we've done this, I guess would have been case 1-5.
So, just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints, like this.
Moving the cursor around and pressing A will allow me to dust the area with powder.
6 are fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess.
If only we had a microphone to blow it away with. I don't know about you, I've always been a big fan of the gimmicks the DS provided. I like doing all that stuff. And it's a shame we don't get to do that stuff because it's a port. But there's just no real easy way to play the other 3 games. So I figure we'll just play them all in these collections. Throw it away.
Yeah, with your mouth. Like that.
Emma, I think you're forgetting that we don't have a microphone input on this version of the game. Going with X should remove any excess powder.
Alright, you got all that?
Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real.
There's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
It's fine. We'll just mash A instead of stabbing the screen. There we go. Oh yeah. Gotta get that dust right over everything. Snort it right up. I mean, blow it away.
That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there.
Can we compare it to my prints right away?
Yep, leave it to me.
Ah, that classic connection sound. Love to hear it.
That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's prints, all right.
And with that, another lie is exposed.
Showing into the mic for objection. Wait, did you do that on the DS version? Oh yeah, that was a thing. I think they removed that from the 3DS versions, didn't they? Because I remember that feature existing, but I don't recall that feature existing on the 3DS. Maybe it was there. Oh, yeah, on the DS, but what about the 3DS versions? Like the Ace Attorney trilogy on 3DS. Only DS, yeah, so I think they took it out in the 3DS versions. Because I never played the DS versions, but I knew about them and I knew how they worked. I might have like emulated the first one or something years and years ago, so I vaguely remember that feature. But I totally forgot about that because, yeah, I don't think those are on the trilogy that they put on 3DS. I do remember on the Wii version, you could like point with the Wiimote, which I thought was kind of cool. But I never owned those versions.
So what were you doing in the truck?
Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know?
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage, and your truck was sighted nearby. Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both.
What makes you think they were even connected?
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what.
Oh, this should be good.
What connects Kay and Sean's abductions?
Okay. Was it the truck? No. Yes? I mean, what else connects it though? I feel like we need something more than the truck. What else do we even have? Maybe it is the truck. Maybe it's as simple as that. Because I don't know what else it would be. All of this is like evidence from the previous case, so we don't need to worry about that. Oh yeah, this! The 3Z's drug.
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that doesn't prove anything for sure. We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles. You're the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting. No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection.
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay. You about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
Objection.
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon O'Pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic.
You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection!
What do you... Take this seriously, will you? Bet you could do with somebody running a little interference for your master. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but... again, Kay, again! We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course. Connors was looking for a secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the same young pup, then perhaps... But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved in the behind the scenes? Well, we know the bug was planted by the person in the raincoat, but that doesn't connect him. Well, he would have been a child at the time. Maybe he drew this? Is there anything in this picture that belongs to him? Not really. How do we even know that's his? What else I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? The chess correspondence? Connors was looking for a secret string puller too, the young pup as he called him. Proof that Mr. Saint was the same young pup, then perhaps. What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Try the drawing or chess set? I mean, I was kind of thinking that, but like, that seems so flimsy. Like, what the hell does this even mean? Yeah, sure, let's try it. No. I was trying to think of like how that could even possibly be it, but... Okay, what else could we try here? So, what is he... Like, the bug, but like... He was using a voice changer on the bug. So that can't be it. Something that proves the link between our current case and the secret string puller. What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? I'm gonna try the chess. Correspondence, maybe? I don't know what else we'd even try there. Maybe one of these notes? Well, this is just about night. I think we're done using this evidence. Is there anything in here that might... No, I don't see how. Yeah, I'm thinking the chest, maybe.
Is anything about the balloon, perhaps? No, it's just that picture. Small balloon used for promotional purposes. Sane is in charge of it and drives it around on the back of a truck. Well, he kept calling that out as a coincidence. So I don't think that's gonna be. I'm gonna try the chess. Oh, it is the chess correspondence. I see. Okay, we knew that the string puller was doing the chess thing and translating between Braille and English. But I was trying to think, like, if I presented this, what does the game assume that I would know about this beyond that? Because, like, that doesn't connect him. That just connects the string puller to the chess correspondence. Or that there was, like, someone, a middleman between their letters. And that's how you would have gotten that information. I guess, you know what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, but it doesn't connect him to it. It just connects the string puller to the thing. I don't see how this connects to Simeon.
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Carnes. And that same person might very well be our secret string puller.
It connects the string puller to both cases, but that doesn't... How's he gonna tie this into Simeon?
That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Carnes and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them...
Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind...
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions.
Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Mauserino's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm, juggling.
Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it?
Huh? Where'd that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it.
Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Carnes.
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Carnes. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was a person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Carnes and Mr. Knight.
And you think that person was me? Why would I go through all that trouble? That's crazy.
To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying that he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Listen to yourself.
Who do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master?
Yes.
You've seen me. I can barely get the animals to do what I want.
Yeah. Yeah, barely get them to do what he wants, as he uses them as an armrest.
If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Carnes, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find...
Letters?
You won't. Trust me.
What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right?
Yeah, he's too thorough for that. If he's been the mastermind behind all of these cases, there's no way he'd have any of these letters around.
He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks.
Guess he went in without the evidence he needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know.
So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options?
You accuse me of betraying my friend, and you don't even have proof. You're despicable.
Who's that?
Oh, hi.
Miss Berry? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you're saying, and... This night person? You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend?
Yes, what of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon.
What?
Why did you...
How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Berry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure. Here you go. Let's open it up, shall we?
Wait, what?
Oh!
It's another correspondence chest letter. Next move from the game with Mr. Connors. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you're never going to beat me. Not at chess. Interesting. Why is the rook, like, erased up at F8? Like that. I think that's a rook. Yeah, it looks like an R. Interesting little thing to erase there. Can't wait to see your face when you lose, but you're never gonna beat me. Not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot as part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Wait, they are a traveling circus? I guess that was like vaguely mentioned. They seem so permanent, like they're always here. I never really thought of them being a traveling circus for some reason. Yeah, maybe that rook was captured. Just it like if that's supposed to be like, because if you're doing correspondence chests like that with the picture and the diagram, usually you just draw it out like it was and then just move your piece. But it's weird that like the rook was there in F8 and then erased. Maybe he just like, I don't know, maybe it was a typo, you know? Make it look more realistic. It's like, oh shit, I didn't mean to put that's not where the rook is. It's over here. Interesting, it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we need so that you were the one facilitating Mr. Connors and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way, even now? I hate you. I hate you! So, okay, wait. The only part I still don't... oh yeah, I guess if they're... yeah, okay, never mind. What am I thinking? I was like thinking like, wait, why would he know about the P.O. box? But yeah, I guess if they're friends, then Bronco would have asked him to be the guy in charge of like translating everything. But maybe, I guess Knight wouldn't have known that he was also doing all this other stuff behind the scenes and taking advantage of the fact that he had access to this mail. Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. I stopped thinking of him as my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. They pinned me down and tied me up. I was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco. Stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promise. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no. He locked me in that car with him. The two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out. But when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. You lost your dad? Yeah. Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the I-7 incident was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah? That's my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered, it was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer is a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really? I guess never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about it make that sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No. I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake?
What do you mean?
Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik.
So I hear.
I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father.
Huh?
Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Wait, was this something we knew? Did I forget about this? I guess it's probably in here. Let's... Oh, what is it this? Let's see, person of interest, blah blah blah. Carmelo Augusto and Artie Frost's sons would both visit Tangaroa's mansion up through the day before the incident. From the day of the incident onward, their whereabouts are unknown. Okay. Do we have the other evidence, like their photo or something? I'm trying to remember how we would have known this. Is it this? I thought that they were. Like, then we have like the whole reveal. It's like, holy shit, it was their sons that were in the car. And now he's suddenly like, yeah, actually, no, you're not his son. Is it the ring chessboard? Yeah, but like... But the police only gave this to...
Take that!
Huh, okay. Oh, right, they gave it to the other, to Knight. He's not Paul Halik's son. I got them backwards. It's not that, like, Edgeworth is completely changing the facts. I just forgot that it was the other way around. He's Gusto's son. Knight was Paul's son.
Huh? Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. It's the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works, and it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But how would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot that we went over this already.
The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight.
What? That's not... That would mean I was...
Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto.
No! That can't be. My dad was... I remember, don't I?
Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just ice on top.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it.
I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime.
Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later.
A little something. No idea what that might be, but thanks.
If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this.
Huh? Did you say something?
Me? Oh, no, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? And what was all this for? I want to wind up dead too. I want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I tried to stay in touch with him all these years.
And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Sate, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time.
So there was no middleman. Canis just thought he was playing with Bronco. But it really was him the whole time. He was doing everything.
You're right, it was all me. It was me all along. Alas, he's finally telling the truth.
Like, he wasn't just translating the braille or whatever, he was doing everything. Bronco just thought he was playing chess. Man wasn't even playing checkers. He was just looking at the board.
I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago. But you knew that already.
President's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture.
And they knew it too. That's why
The guard kept questioning me, day in and day out.
it got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring.
I was a nervous wreck.
But who could blame me for wanting to get out of there?
But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winner would have sent his men after you.
No matter where I went, they were after me. They were on me. Never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. Drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to, Canis, man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me.
That's quite a claim. Strange to think of a famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim. Stop being hunted. Become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey.
But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
Oh, no. I sure didn't. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to go down.
So he thought right through their plan. Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago?
Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate.
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked, never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge would have been nearly as fun.
So you admit it? Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge?
Sure, I admit it, so what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. Quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winner. Another note to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other, and one of them succeeded, that was all on them.
So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders?
Right. It's the same thing at Gourd Lake. Well, much easier to control than animals, you know? The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too?
So Rook's murder was...
Oh, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing?
You can't talk like that about a murder.
Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set.
So it was you who put it in there?
Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Conus's direction. And it worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that what all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere and she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia to overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both. I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure. You didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no a few times. And you rode me to my rescue like the hero you are. Was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that was something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. Come on. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Miss Edgeworth does. He helped me, right when I needed it most. Hey. Aw, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting our folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. Poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. You'll never understand. Do you think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from. And yet... Oh, we're finally going to another thing here. Okay. Took long enough for the next testimony. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say encourage them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I don't know about that, but it's going to take a real good argument to prove that those letters had any of those things in them. I will give him that. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's got to be something we can do. What about this excitement stuff he's talking about? Incitement, K. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So we just need to prove that he told him to do it. You say that like it's gonna be easy. I guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. Sacrifice the rook, the knight, where's the queen's gambit? Yeah, who is the queen in this one? Or maybe the queen was long gone. Maybe he's one of those people that just gets the queen off the board right away. You don't make it look like he's some sort of rookie. Although I will say, you know, if we're taking his name at face value here and he's like the bishop, doing checkmate as a bishop, that's not an easy feat. Especially when you only have one of them. It's kind of impossible. Almost like he needs a partner. I say the monkey's the other one. You think you can make me carry out the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really?
You don't think I planned my escape too? What if? It's just to pluck an idea out of nowhere. I train all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example.
Quite the theory you've got there. I mean, certainly a great hypothetical.
All I have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing. But you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Whoa! Yeah. You know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we may have to be prepared for the worst. Fine. I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here, alright? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? Gah, he's not going to give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
Wait, was that like implying that I can't press him? I'm gonna press anyways. Okay, we're not getting attacked for this. Good.
You encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you'll be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself.
Yeah. What was the word for it again?
I forgot already. Incitement, K. Chairman Winner, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. You really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all? What? You didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charges goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles?
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. The truth is, I was the one who made the big bad chairman winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What?
If only we were recording that conversation. Not that it would help because he used a voice changer.
You told me yourself.
Objection.
Did I? And you can prove it? If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet innocent boy have done things you said? No. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call.
Hold it!
The same story as always? What do you mean by that? Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing! Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all once more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. Just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. Okay, something that proves what was said on the call.
We don't have any recording of it. I mean, we have the bug. Wait. We do have a recording of it. Oh, shit.
Objection!
I forgot that she was recording it.
I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen, because you said so yourself.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made the big bad chairman winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What?
I said that? Weird. I don't remember.
I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because of our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was?
You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us?
No!
She says a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end.
Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can. Got it. This is the part right here. Miss Edgeworth, that's Judge Cavell's cell phone.
Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay.
I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. Just right around here.
I was surprised as... Huh? That's weird.
Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd?
I'll say. Seems like maybe we, didn't quite catch on the next part of tape.
What?
You fucking kidding me?
I don't trust her to record anything. Ever. She sucks with tape recorders.
Why? How can it not be on there? Aw, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. Something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs. Sure, they exist, but...
Wait, so you're admitting to planting a bug on these two? I think that alone is enough of a crime, no? We should elaborate on that one. So you switched it off to avoid being recorded? Bingo!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping. And that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the Prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting.
No. You heard that whole conversation?
I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius, Prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah well. Oh shucks, so my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all? Come on, I must have recorded something you can use.
If only that were true.
Hey, Kingmaster. Yeah?
The old buckaroo was in your pin that whole time, right?
That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know. Give it me a second to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. So sad, relying on flawed evidence. Desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please.
He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry.
You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
I had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Sort about... let's see now. 2 nights back.
In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? When was she kidnapped? That was 2 nights ago, right? Do we have any evidence from that time? I don't recall when that was. I know that's what we need to do, I just don't remember when that was. It was 2 nights ago, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, because last night would have been the murder of the president. And then this morning's obviously nothing. Yeah, it would have been 2 nights ago, because that's when the case happened. Right, that makes sense.
Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, place any tape you have from that night before last.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon.
Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you. Or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Oh.
Wait, that noise.
It was a gunshot. You turned the bug off too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case.
Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun.
He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case?
Was it this one? There was like... Who had like the gunshot? Yeah, it's this guy. The victim.
Take that!
It's written right here in the President's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right, she was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be.
Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, how long after we started talking? He noticed something and told me to leave.
And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording.
Oh, because he was trying to shoot at you. Oh, man.
You're just going to pretend to ignore me?
What else do you expect me to do when you keep spelling your weird theories?
You didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? Or would the bullet have struck?
What part of the balloon would have struck? Is that why there's something yellow on him? Well, okay, it hit the balloon, right? Somewhere in there? It's gotta be this, right?
Take that!
Yeah. Just something on the balloon. Probably like the engine or something.
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what have we heard on that tape? Could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look and see, shall we?
Oh, maybe there's a... Yeah. There's probably a bullet hole here. Oh, there we go.
A hole.
With a bullet stuck in it.
There's a bullet in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole?
You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, no need to get cranky.
He's not gonna actually confess.
I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Justinfeld and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me?
Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What do you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Oh, fuck. And then he vents. This guy's about to expose him as an imposter, and then he literally vents like moments later. Can't believe this game. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid. Yeah, you could say that. Man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. With an innocent bystander. Okay. So he just decided to go on a murder spree and decide to kill you. For no reason. I gotcha.
Hold it.
Around what time would that have been? Just after 11, I think? That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor?
Yes, it was.
No contradictions there. The fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. Because I arrived when I did.
Hold it.
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? Yeah, but it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Cavell. You really didn't suspect a thing?
I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea.
Maybe you should have blabbed him about the kid. You ever think of that?
But that's... I was merely trying to...
What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy. I'm your opponent here, not Judge Cavell. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here.
I'm in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean. I trust you'll look after us both. And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all.
Your precious goddess didn't even warn you that there was a balloon right up behind you.
Hold it.
He made her leave? But why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Yeah, sure, but I bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to do like that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? Secret's safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please, continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, a coward of a fake president. I guess a witness and suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly as he panicked. It's quite the place for a witness to come from.
Hold it.
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. I couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there? Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? Yeah, that does present a problem. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah! Guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. He landed a balloon on that roof. That's insane. I thought he was just practicing. That's a masterful balloon landing. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? It makes no difference to me. So he's basically admitting to kidnapping, but, you know, not any of the other crimes. This guy wants to get away scot-free, but he's already admitted to planting bugs, kidnapping. What else is he going to admit to, I wonder? The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept.
The auction? My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right?
Indeed. The auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. And a bunch of people
were going in and out the storeroom while it was happening, right?
They were. Which means that if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could not have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred.
But should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. Assuming it hadn't come along when he did, Judge Cavell might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically your savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. Must be a hole in it somewhere. Okay, what's gonna be probably the new thing? This one, right? This is the one he added? After he shot me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Well, that couldn't be true, right? Because, yeah, like Edgeworth said, someone would have noticed him when he went down. But there wasn't any... No one noticed him when he... Well, a certain someone would have noticed him. Do we have that picture still? No, we don't. I was looking for Lotta's picture. Or do we have her... What's this one? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I didn't see the president pass through. There we are, black and white. Right here. You're lying to us again. I am? The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you believe the word of a 2-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh darn pardon. Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off your stupid clown face. So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president did escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to prove the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch?
Take that!
He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Quit fooling around, will ya? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon? There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left at that rooftop.
Objection.
You know what the circus is all about? Making the odds think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blink it for a moment? You bet your big toe I was. I done say as much in my testimony.
Objection.
Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Yeah, of course he was listening to that conversation too. So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after they... Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the whole world who caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people. Yeah, Lana would have seen him if, you know, not for the fact that she fell asleep from being scared, startled by some noises. Doesn't matter, Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof. Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter-theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me, then he hid in the shadows, until after your friend fell down that hatch. So what if he did? What would that mean? Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. I love that he's like stealing everyone else's objections, voice clips. No. But there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day. Only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double. What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him. And maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It's my fault the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. I admit to that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. Who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, well, that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although, I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fell into place at last. Well, kind of my unassailable logic, if you can. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? And besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Taurosaurus is not gonna fall in? It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. And what would the motive behind the murder? Little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? Truth. The thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here, not me. That's not possible. Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody, arrest that boy. Can't help notice nobody rushing to slap the handcuffs on. What's the matter? Cosio. Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. That's not true. Well, if you're not gonna make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. And once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something. We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. He's not holding back. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Is it just like his way of threatening to like destroy my my logic bar? Hey, Mazarino, take a deep breath for me, will ya? Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show their biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption. It's just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove to be useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. What circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case... surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. The strings in question being those of Sean and the President's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. That's so weird. I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get these two dancing my tune. Little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Miss Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people always do bad things, huh? Didn't they realize it'd just come back to bite him in the end? And so you insist you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred? What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another, and they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. Ha! You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch too. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing? Stop it. You're a poor popa, scrambling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence. There you. Mission Lang, please. You don't know the half of it, you damned clown. Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it's thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. But your little pep talk isn't gonna magically solve this case. Now, I know you have your theories.
Hold it.
It's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. Alright. Let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that? So you admit it, you did take him on your balloon.
Objection.
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night"? That's ridiculous, and you know it is. Or would you really fail to think this one through? You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over. Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep with and carried him away like you did with me. Very well. Let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. It's just not giving us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about.
Hold it.
Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Taurosaurus head... Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? That may have been my theory at one point, but that was when we had thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him.
Objection.
Why the past tense? That's still your theory, though. It's not like you have anything else right now.
President's body double was crushed under the falling Taurosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. Mallhead is practically screaming his name. The fact that he is so adamant about convincing him it's the model head tells me it can't be the model head. Not one bit.
Hold it!
Otherwise, why would he be so hung up about it? Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall, that much we knew. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic, so we're in agreement. Well then, everybody, case closed. Sean Fenn killed the fake president, that's that. Somebody get the cops in here. Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well, alright then. Enlighten us. And be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you really only a stickler about the law when things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Miles. Think. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have had to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had to have? That's the answer. That will tell us how he was killed. He's not going to make this easy, is he? We need to think about how the president died. It was a very particular case, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Taurosaurus head, then the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? But what if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? If only there was something else big and heavy that could, I don't know, approach from above onto his body. Which one are we presenting on here? Is it that one? I'm thinking it's this one.
Objection!
How else would the president have been able to get on the balloon with his permission? How else could he have maybe died, if not for the head? Maybe a different kind of head. Maybe one that was, I don't know, inflated, possibly full of hot air. I don't mean Simeon's big-headedness over here. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No answers here, pal, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You're talking about the lion balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon. Ooh! Is he finally scared? That we finally figured it out? I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection!
Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recording autopsy was wrong. It would? Oh, fuck! Wow, you really losing your touch. Look again. It's written right there. I can't... Even the game expected you to pick it. Everything was leading to this moment, and then they throw this at you. Boy, is that so good. It's like it was all laid out perfectly. You were manipulated into picking the balloon because of how else would this guy have died? And then even Edgeworth is blindsided by the fact that he just like the player probably did, I certainly did, forgot about the autopsy report. Kind of ironic when you think about it. Autopsy report coming to bite him of all people back. Wow, really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m., clear as day.
April 5th? That was yesterday. Which means...
Exactly. Means he died when the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. Alright, Sean. Time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? Yeah, but that guy wasn't his dad. That was a body double. His dad died like a decade ago. No. That's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know because I told you myself. Could my theory really have been so wide of the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. The time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he have possibly cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course. Gusto. The I-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! He pulled the same trick, didn't he? I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too.
How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. Mr. Lagarde just kept asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work?
He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saints, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did.
That's why we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor.
Refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw off the time of death. And how did I do that, exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again?
Why are we bringing that up now?
Because as much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago.
What?
You're saying I'm the same as him, the same as the animal who abandoned me. A side irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Shut up!
I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusta have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right?
That's not a product of your daddy's issues. I don't know what is.
You don't understand.
You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar.
Or should I say,
I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit, and the kidnapping, nothing to do with me. He just thinks if he keeps denying it, he's gonna get away with it. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Cavell. We know for a fact you were involved.
you're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles?
What aren't you gonna accuse me of?
But it changes nothing.
You still haven't had any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything.
Oh, wait. Or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old Winter playbook?
Never. I would never do that. Can't let myself rise to the provocation.
What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth? Something like that?
Feeling where the truth suits you, huh?
That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it?
And why I had to get my revenge myself.
I got away with it. I got away with it all.
The guard, Winter, and now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence. Even just one piece.
Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free.
If you'll finally admit defeat. Well, what kind of evidence are we gonna pull out of our ass now? Edgeworth doesn't fabricate evidence, he just keeps pulling it out of his ass. Or one of his friends does for him. Who was that? Gumshoe to save the day. Thanks for offering up your ass, Gumshoe. Had to be stored somewhere.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy, where have you been?
I've been doing my job, just as Mr. Edgeworth asked.
And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report?
I had him look into a few things real quick, sir.
About the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept.
It was registered to the very big circus, just like you said.
And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint. Yeah, what would a circus need with a refrigeration unit?
It must have been some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit?
A valid question, I suppose. But we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps you could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I'll leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
Ooh, somebody just got thrown under the bus. Unfortunate.
You fool! Simeon, you're scaring me.
Such a shame. But rushing to find a solution after that fact is so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. No, but you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known we were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything alright? You're looking a little pale. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am? Perhaps you can enlighten us? You don't have any evidence that I crushed a presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Oh, the powder we never... Well, wait, the powder was flowers though, right? Okay, what other piece of evidence could this be? Traces of his misdeed. Autopsy report. Full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. Okay. But what... Is that where the powder actually came from? Maybe it wasn't flowers? Traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Oh wait, the balloon. We can examine the balloon. Is there anything else on this balloon? We can click on the rest of it. I was carried in this basket, right? Yes, although you were asleep, so I imagine you have no memory of it. Would have been nice to have at least gotten some fun flying memories out of it. Curse you, Mr. Mastermind. I'm gonna kick your butt, just wait and see. But that's not the main reason you want to get your revenge, is it? Rope? Wasn't he tied up? Or, no. We've finally proven who is behind all this. Let's tie him up with this rope. I'll teach a way of doing it so even a professional escapologist couldn't get free. I know she was tied up with rope, I think. But I thought the president was also tied up with rope. I understand the sentiment, but perhaps you could apply that fervor to the pursuit of your truth instead? That must be it. Don't worry, I've got my eyes on that tank. Simeon won't be escaping his balloon if I have anything to do with it. I struggle to imagine him choosing to make his getaway by balloon. Look, you just leave this to me. Go and concentrate on nailing him for his crimes, alright? Okay, so what do we have on here? We have rope. I don't think the tank's gonna have any evidence. The gun was from earlier, so that's whatever. It's gotta be the rope.
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Miss Edgeworth?
If there's truth to be found, he'll find it. He's a hero of justice. Wow, they're taking the bar away just to make you think you did it? Is that what we're going for now? So is. We'll find something for sure. That Miss Edgeworth has gone out of way tighter spots than this one. What they said. We believe in you, Mouserino. I mean, I thought he was... I could have sworn he was tied up or something when we found him. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Wait, is this the answer? I'm so confused. Is this a red herring or what?
Just stay calm and seize this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. Perfect victory is only moments away.
President's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all.
Oh, you know what we'll find?
We'll find the flowers. We're gonna find the pollen in the basket. I get it now. This was the real answer. I thought it was the rope, you know, something more direct, but no, that makes way more sense. Rope could be anything. But the pollen, that would be like direct. That would directly tie him to the murder.
Please, Miss Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Take that!
This is why the flowers were flattened. It's not because of the head. It's because he landed the balloon on him.
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in the Sangfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that would be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away. Is so much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represent remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act of which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow. Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Emma. Yeah? I'd like you to call in your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it. What? And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder, you carried out yourself. No, No! You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go through the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So why returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night? He must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Taurosaurus had fallen as a result. A coincidental happenstance that's just perfectly served his needs. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder? He is very lucky that head fell, because if that head never fell, I don't know, I think it'd be a little harder to one-pin Sean. I mean, I don't know if the balloon would have been as obvious, but it probably would have come up eventually. We wouldn't have had to go through this whole song and dance, like, for the last 3 hours. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope, you used... He was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No! How did you see through it all? How? You manipulated people and you manipulate this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful. But your reign is at an end. Almost look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. Sad and mad all the same time. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! They know what he did. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. He's not just a clown. He's the entire circus! You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't... Get away from me! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong, nothing. I'm not the bad one, they are. Bronco, why'd you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to.
Can trust the police. I can trust anybody. I was all alone. But that man, he helped me. Connus was the only one who ever helped me, so what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone. Ow, that hurts. This is the best break. Dude, he just got fucking uppercut by a gorilla. It's great. That's my favorite breakdown. Man's gonna get murdered before he even makes it to court. Now is this? He's back. The killer. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you? You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I'm free to... No. Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me, that is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Oh my god! Yo, Assassin Showdown? You! It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Connus. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse? Let me just say I only realize now that Connus's number looks like the word boss. Like, I don't know how I never saw that until now, when it was clearly like B055 up close. Let's just say that I might not take the loss of one life that I've ever saved too well. You save a life? Bodhidharma Connus, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I who have taken so many lives once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he in his turn saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. What was that sound? No, get back here. Dude, that guy just like almost committed attempted murder in front of like several police officers and like 36 witnesses. He's not getting away with that one, I hope. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needs to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. But I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmet? Yes, it does.
Oh, hello.
You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. Ah, but I sense great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case...
Sean, no!
You must not falter, little one. Here. You may use my knife. Take it, and cut my throat. One slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. He doesn't have the guts.
I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least, it didn't chill just now. I would have done anything to make you pay. No matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good.
Trust me.
All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out.
Numbs it.
Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean.
It's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does it help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me. They worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what those guys are for. My mom, Prosecutor. People like that. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay?
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Our home?
Why is this weirdly bittersweet? It's kind of funny in a way. This guy gets reunited with, like, the one man who actually cares about him. This assassin. This hard-boiled assassin. And he's just like, come on home with me, son. Let's go back to prison together. I just picture them, like, skipping together, arm in arm, as they go right back into their cell.
And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do.
Alright, here we go. We finally get to see what Edgeworth chooses to do. I mean, considering we won't get to see him for at least one game. It'll be a bit before his next appearance.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us why we're here?
Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved.
Huh? You're what now?
I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Still can't believe you did that for me.
A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. Strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom.
Good old Gregory.
But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was.
Well, then I guess that's that.
I'm sorry.
No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by the look in your eyes your mind's made up.
It is.
Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done.
Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members.
I understand.
Hey, Master. Can you tell me why at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on?
You once asked me something, Fender.
Are you gonna keep fighting the crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. Only one you can answer.
I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor.
Can't you also do that as an attorney?
Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody that's so important to you, to lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. And I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself.
I like how they just refuse to show Phoenix at all during any of this.
Mr. Saint had nobody.
What is it with like spin-offs of things, like just refusing to name drop certain characters? Like you see it a lot in TV shows too, where they'll just like refer to people by their descriptions or something. Like main characters of other shows or movies. And in here it's like they just pan away the moment you're about to see him. Can't mention Phoenix, his best friend, whether he wants to admit it or not.
He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagined the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
Oh, no. I sure did. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever gonna stand.
He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him.
How do you plan to do that?
If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened.
Chairman Winter weighed a rock of justice and in doing so drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps people safe from harm or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions.
Say that again.
Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Law is far from perfect.
But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor? A custodian of the law? I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take my badge up again and confront those contradictions at every turn.
Very Miles Areno. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy through, though, right? Find the law itself? That's lowering on hard mode.
I understand that, but somebody has to do it.
Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. If there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? Saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutorian again. You know what's really going to change? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as you all get out.
Fender, thank you.
Well, Miss Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway.
Please.
By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as the servant of the law.
Prosecutor's badge data jotted down in my organizer.
Oh, right. You're a prosecutor again. This news I heard all week, sir.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, got a scoot. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time.
Thank you again, Fender, for everything.
Don't thank me yet. Next time you see me could be across the courtroom. And his face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
Alrighty, Fender out.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Cavell. I owe you more than I can say.
You do?
You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right. You had the Goddess of Justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me all that is possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, then the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
Judge Cavell, I don't mean to call your motivation into question.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then, when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I guess he would know a thing or two about a judge that does all of those things. I'm not exactly sure how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only one to strive for. Forgive me. This is my opinion, nothing more.
You're right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there was another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the Goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the Goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along? The strength of your bond with your son?
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. But I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe of all else.
I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed. We're neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them. Until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the Goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
I lost the title of prosecutor and regained it, and doing so found a new way forward. A new path for justice. I'm determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise,
Woe betide anybody who stands in my way, for whoever they may be, whoever they might say. I will lift up my voice and say, objection. And that is it. The end of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And the duology. That means we can finally return to Phoenix Wright, or, well, something like Phoenix Wright anyways, as far as Apollo Justice is concerned. That was a way better finale case than the first one, I have to say. I didn't mind the first one, but I now understand why people say that the sequel is like the better game overall. Everything was just so intricately tied to each other. There was callbacks to every single case. Nothing was filler. Even 3, the usual filler case of any Phoenix Wright game, was actually important. I didn't think that was going to be the case. I was like thinking like, man, how much could they really tie this case in? And then it's like, oh, okay, I guess they're just using it as like a crutch for the main case of the case 3. You know, the whole like going in the past and then we redo everything in the present kind of thing. I thought it was just relegated to that. But nope, they managed to tie it all together. It was great. The Simeon was an awesome villain. I actually loved him so much. Probably I would almost say my favorite in the series. If it wasn't for Godot. Godot is like, it is hard to beat Godot. But Simeon's like a really close second, I have to say. Definitely top 3. I don't really know who the third to beat. Maybe The Killer, actually. Because the final case of Game 2 is pretty good. Although, I don't know, Game 2 didn't really have like an overarching plot. But I think Game 3 kind of did. I think they kind of like slowly worked in an overarching plot into each game better and better as we went along in the series. So I'm excited to see what Apollo Justice does. It seems like, I mean, obviously Apollo Justice came out before this, but both of these games definitely had a good like continuity between every single case. So maybe Apollo Justice was the start of that, maybe not. Maybe Dual Destinies, we're going to see like the continuation of this, and we'll get like a proper overarching plot for sure in that game. But I mean, that's not going to be for a while. We have like another, what, 5 cases to play through with Apollo before we probably get to see Phoenix again in Dual Destinies. Still looking forward to it. The next trilogy is going to be great because I know nothing about that trilogy. I don't know. I've never seen the gameplay. I think I might have played a small demo of Dual Destinies at best. I don't think that demo even had Apollo in it. Might be wrong about it, but I remember playing as like Phoenix and Maya, and I remember getting introduced to like the gimmick of it, which is like something to do with feelings. It reminded me of like Princess Peach, Super Princess Peach for some reason. That's about all I remember of it. So I think it's something like emotion based or something like that. So I don't know what kind of gimmick we're gonna get in Apollo Justice. It's probably all the stuff we saw in 1.5. I'm sure that's probably the main gimmick more than anything. You know, taking advantage of the DS to its full extent. But yeah, really looking forward to the next trilogy. That's gonna be really fun. And then yeah, we have 5 games left. We have the Apollo trilogy, and then of course we have the Great Ace Attorney after that. The other 2 sort of side games, I guess. Those I don't imagine be connected to this in any way. I think that was just something extra that they wanted to do. But maybe I could be wrong. I mean, I know it's like Phoenix's ancestor. That's about all I know about those games. But this one is really good. This is definitely a highlight. This is up there with Trials and Tribulations for sure. Like, I think so far out of all the games I played, top 3 is probably this, Trials and Tribulations, and then I don't know. First game? You know what? Would it be weird for me to say the Professor Layton crossover would probably be my number 3? I really liked that one a lot, and I thought the story in that one was really fun. It had a really good mix of gameplay between the 2. How's it going, Killian? Welcome. You're just in time for, I guess, the credits, really, more than anything. We just solved the case. We solved all the cases, really, because it turns out the guy was actually responsible for every single one of the cases in this whole game. And it was very well done.
What a great game this was. I'm curious to see how many achievements I got. I wonder if I did get them all. I probably missed a couple. But I want to see what, like, little extra things. Because, like, I don't know. I thought it was pretty good at doing all the dialogue options. But I did kind of get lazy with some of the presentations of evidence. Didn't present everything I could physically present. So it was probably a couple little achievements here and there missing. I still hate that I missed the Phoenix Wright cameo in the first game. Apparently, I was mentioned that someone said there was a cameo with Phoenix Wright in this game as well, but they weren't sure about that. I'm curious if there is. Let's see. Is there a cameo of Phoenix Wright in this game? It's in the area with the president's body? What? It was in, like, the lot? Check the door with the broken lock in the filming lot. What? I thought I had to do that as part of evidence, though. How did I miss the Phoenix Easter egg in this game? I walked right past it. I had all the opportunity in the world. I can't believe this. They were just off screen. Unfortunate. We missed both of the Phoenix cameos in both of these games. Disappointing. Oh well. They were just off screen. I didn't go to like one optional screen in the first game, and I apparently didn't click on one specific thing in this one. Even though I thought I clicked on everything in the lot. It was during the first investigation of the film lot during chapter 5 here. I guess if you click on the door where the lock is broken, then you get to see them. But I swear I did. I guess obviously I didn't. But I thought for sure I clicked on everything. I must have just missed that one. Never saw the prompt for it, maybe. Oh well. I'm very curious. What I'm really looking forward to, though, is how many of these characters specifically end up showing up in either Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice. They can't show up in Apollo Justice because that game came before either of the Investigations games. But it'd be very interesting if, like, any of these characters are even mentioned in them. I don't expect all of them to appear. I mean, I could see kind of Fender maybe appearing. Maybe he works with Phoenix on a case or something. That'd be kind of neat. I don't know if Kay would ever show up for anything. Maybe. Maybe Kay ends up hanging out with, like, Phoenix, or maybe Emma introduces everyone to Kay at some point. That's possible. Because we know Emma's going to show up for sure in Apollo. So I'm looking forward to that. That's like the only character I know going in. And of course Apollo himself, but I know like nothing about him. I don't even know who the main prosecutor is of Apollo Justice, beyond he looks pretty cool. He's like some goth looking dude. I think he plays a guitar. So I'm excited for that. There's potential there to surpass Godot. It's going to be hard, but there's potential. Oh yeah, why is Emma... Oh, she went back to Europe to study, I guess? Well, I guess she's only going to Europe for a short amount of time now. She'll be back very soon. In fact, she'll be back in a week when we start Apollo Justice. But I think she works for the police. I thought... Or she was, like, studying forensics investigation. So I'm assuming she's going to be working for the police. I'm not sure how Apollo's going to fit in. Maybe Emma's just like, I don't know, maybe Emma's like the gumshoe of Apollo Justice. A smarter, more refined gumshoe, perhaps. What I'm really upset about is we never see Franziska again. This is the last time we get to see her, is probably in these next 5 seconds. Apparently she's mentioned at best, but we never see her again. She's just probably off gallivanting around Europe or whatever with Interpol, because that's where she seems to be working now. Very unfortunate. Yeah, I think, like, so if you see that padlock on the right, that door, I guess apparently if you click on it, then the camera, like, pans up and you can see Maya and Phoenix across the street. Or something. Can't believe I missed it. You know, all they had to really do if they wanted to is just when they panned over to show who Edgeworth was talking about when he said who showed him the path to truth and justice. Just not flash the screen white. I don't know why they were so adamant on not doing that. This part was really cool. We got to like see actually do a trial as Phoenix or as Edgeworth in a way. You know, I almost want to hope that we get to see Eustace again. I don't think we will, because if we did, that would imply that the fan translators wouldn't have given him a different name because we would have had an official English name for him already. So I'm under the assumption that we never see him again, which is unfortunate. You know, maybe if they made a new game, we could get some of these characters that haven't been seen since this game, or like since the original trilogy. Perhaps. Instead, we just get like the studio people like 3, 4, 5 times, and the circus people another 3, 4 times. Because they were all over both of these games, and I know Powers was in like pretty much every single Phoenix Wright game up to this point. Who knows if he's in Apollo, but I would not be surprised if he shows up there at least once. Really hope Lotta stays out though. I don't need her again. That's like the one character I'm crossing my fingers we don't get to see. I don't think we'll get to see Larry either, because he's more of a Phoenix character, and if we're doing Apollo, then I don't see the connection. I like that this kid's downplaying being the main role. Kid's gonna be a fucking millionaire before he's 15, and he's just like, it was nothing. I didn't do much. I guess it was kind of fun. Maybe we'll get to see him at some point. We really need a new game. Like, just make a new game and have, like, all of these characters in it. All these, like, characters that were one-offs that we never got to see. At least mention them or something. Be kind of nice. I feel like they've got to be considering a 7th game at this point. They just finished, like, porting and remastering every single game in the series, after all. But you don't just do that for a series you don't have plans with. Especially when they're all pretty popular and everyone's really likes them.
Dude, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. Did so many important cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, so, all that stuff happened because of you? No, Gummy, how could you say that? And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question. Wait, what if we have to defend her in a case? Oh, God.
What, you not, sir?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was.
Yatagarasu. Or Yatagarasu at least.
But watching how this all played out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, got me thinking that maybe I need to go out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decide not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
I'm gonna be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I would be giving up the name though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kato Asuke. And you'll always be a hero.
Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy too.
And you bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Pleasant surprise for who? There's gonna be so many zeros we didn't have enough space to put any other numbers on the check, if you know what I'm saying. Huh? Wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, detective. No, Edgeworth did not just say that. You will? This is unbelievable, sir.
No way, go Gummy!
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle left behind. I don't think I'll letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see. I can't believe Gumshoe, of all people, got a happy ending. Bender and Judge Cavell set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path whose end lies in the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless.
Mr. Edgeworth, there was another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead.
So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members for my Yatagrasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw them.
Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
Can't help feel a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. And there we go. Alright, let's see, can we view the achievements that I got? I'm curious. Is this for viewing the gallery? Oh, it's probably for getting stuff in here. Oh, we completed the photos and character compendium at least, but I figured that's pretty easy to do. Accolades, only 63%? What? No way. That's for everything, of course. Which ones did we get? Completing episode 1, right? 2, 3, 4. Okay, those are just completions. You know, actually playing the game. Without cheating. Locking everything in the gallery. Successfully making a connection during logic without using story mode. Okay. Presenting the correct evidence during a rebuttal without using story mode. Mind chess without story mode. Playing the game with HD chibi characters. Ah, yeah, there's achievements for that, of course. We're going to see a familiar face in the distance from the bridge in front of the main gate just after finding Lance Amano. And, well, they even tell you exactly how to find him. Can't believe it. Examine the side gate twice. Oh, you have to examine it a second time. Oh, well, no wonder I never found it. That explains everything. Is there one for using the old pixel art? You know, I kind of almost, like, forgot about the pixel art, gonna be honest. Forgot that was even an option. For looking into the true nature of ladders and step ladders, of course. It's a tradition. Listening to Gumshoe talk in the hallway about where he thinks Jim came from. Examine all 3 benches. Oh yeah, when we were walking around the courtroom in the first game. Repressing every single one of Eustace's statements and forcing him to correct them all. Yeah, that was a good one. Where are these other ones we didn't do? Edward's seat while investigating with Gumshoe in episode 2 of the first game. I missed that. Yeah, probably some of these are just like, I missed 1 or 2 examination points. Having met the creator of Blue Badger in front of the Gatewater Land main gates. Oh yeah, I probably just didn't talk to them. I didn't talk to Gumshoe apparently. That's probably what I didn't do. Presenting Kay's promise notebook to her. Oh, I messed that up. Yeah, I remember messing that one up too. These games don't have a lot of the like post-case present one final piece to, you know, tie it all together kind of challenges. But the couple I did, I think I messed one of them up. Yeah, it's just, this is all just stuff that I didn't examine. Huh. Some of these I'm very surprised I didn't examine. I didn't do that? Wow, okay. Listening to Emma Sky talk in the storeroom about how her studies abroad are going. Oh, I did forget to talk to her, that's right. Glasses battle. I would have liked to have seen that one, especially since she's going to be returning in the next game very shortly. Saying the worst thing possible to Eustace during his mind. I was so tempted to do that, and I should have done that. I thought we were going to be looping back around to that, and that was like somehow an important part of the thing. I didn't realize picking the first one was going to actually like block me off the other one. For some reason, I thought both of them were important because every mind chest that we did up to that point, every question was important. But no, that was the one time it wasn't. I really should have, because I really wanted to. The kid was annoying. Now I kind of miss him. Sad we're never going to get to see him again. It's just like character galleries. I mean, it'd be kind of hard to not get this one, considering every single one of these characters is like someone you encounter and you have to talk to them or something. I can even see them both of their sprite modes. That's kind of cool. Oh, you get to see them in their pixel art too. I don't mind like the redrawn art for a lot of these. It's pretty good. Gumshoe looks a little weird in his younger form. Yeah, the pixel art's a little... I mean, maybe it looks better on the DS screen. Some of these pixel arts, though, I don't know about them. Like, Gumshoe's kind of weird. I guess that one's fine. I think it's the mouths, mostly. Maybe it looks better when they're, like, zoomed out and in the field, but some of these is kind of weird. I'm glad we used the full hand-drawn portraits. What was all this stuff? Oh, I just, like... I haven't really looked in any of these. There was a comic? Oh, fuck. I want to read that if that's real. I didn't know there was a comic. I watched the anime. That was pretty good. I like that one a lot. But I still haven't seen the final season because like I was watching it before I played Trials and Tribulations, so I had to stop before watching the second season. But I should go back and finish that now. Cool. Well, it's unfortunate I didn't get every achievement in this very linear game. Somehow missed them. Probably gonna miss a few in Apollo Justice too. But that will be it for Ace Attorney Investigations. Both games. We will be back next week with the start of Apollo Justice. Very excited for that. The second trilogy, one I'm not as familiar with. And we'll eventually get to start seeing 3D Phoenix Wright games, so that'll be great. But we got one more 2D game to go through, which, I mean, it's weird that we played this first. It also kind of makes sense that we played this first if we're talking chronologically, but we're going to be jumping back a bit, you know, before all of this was acknowledged, despite it happening anyways. Apollo Justice does take place after these games, but it was made before these games. So, but it's kind of like its own thing. I know that it was like a failed attempt at a full-on reboot, and everyone is very upset that every character was just completely thrown away, and I get it. But I'm still looking forward to playing it. Should be a good fun. But in the meantime, that'll be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with more Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I don't know if we'll be beating that game. There's a good chance. It's probably not that much longer, but we'll see. We got Minecraft on Friday, and then, of course, more Superland next week. And then, yeah, start of Apollo Justice. But thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.